сказала, нельзя ее трогать и нюхать ее, блядь, не надо.
Ну-ка, успокоился там. Ну-ка, успокоился там.
Stop! You're not getting anywhere with this, Von Borchert.
You know, I kind of get the same feeling, my dear Sarah. Listen. Nothing. Not a sound. No one's coming to save you.
That's what you think. The Golden Order knows exactly where we are.
By the time your ridiculous secret society turns up, I'll be long gone. As for you, nothing will remain of your body.
If you touch a single hair on my mother's head, I'll skin you alive.
You know, Louis, I have no intention of beating your dear mother. There are more persuasive ways of making you talk.
If you touch a single hair on my mother's head, I'll skin you alive.
You've stolen something from me that I intend to get back. No, Louis, I have no intention of beating your dear mother. Where have you been?
Von Borchert,
Persuasive ways of making
you
you
can't sell that book on the black market anymore. This is finished.
You've stolen something from me.
We know you're planning on selling at one of Lord Mortimer's parties. All right? Just tell us who the buyer is and we can make a deal.
You've no idea of the trouble you've gotten yourselves
Can't sell
into.
that book on the black market anymore. This is finished.
Stolen something from me.
We know you're
Oh,
planning
but
on
you
selling
will
at one of
tell me
Lord
where
Mortimer's
it's hidden.
parties. All right?
I can promise you
Just tell us
that.
who the buyer is and we can make a deal.
You've no idea of the trouble you've gotten
Stop
yourselves
annoying our host, Louis. Son, didn't what happened to you in Rome teach you anything?
But you will tell me where it's hidden. Just a few more minutes and my concoction will be ready. With this, your bodies will dissolve in less than 4 hours.
Son, didn't what happened to you in
You'll
Rome
see.
teach you anything?
It loosens tongues in no time. Just a few more minutes and my concoction will be ready.
You know, I have to admit, Mother, the only thing you've ever taught me is that damn motto of yours. Always remain rational and open. I got it. I've opened our shackles.
Draw him over here. I'll take care
I
of
have
him.
to admit, Mother, the only thing you've ever taught me is that damn motto of yours. Listen, always remain rational. Let's make a deal. And open. I got it. I'll tell you where the book is if you let my mother go free.
Oh, what are you playing at?
Don't worry, Mother.
You want to play the hero. Pity you're not in any position to do so.
Let's make a
For the
deal.
last time,
I'll tell you where the
where
book is if
is
you let my mother go free.
Al-Azif?
What are you playing? Let me do this. Trust me.
Want to play the hero. Pity you're not in any position to do so.
Please, be my guest,
For the
Mother.
last time. Where is Al-Azif?
Let me do this. Well done, Louis. You reacted perfectly.
How do you feel, Mother?
Couldn't be better. He's alive, so I can question him after we get back. Pity he's just a middleman. Means I haven't finished with this case.
Oh, I had a feeling you'd be running off on one of your adventures again, Mother. You know what? I'm warning you. This time,
He's
I'm
alive,
coming with you.
So I can question him after we get even back. Though you impress me more and more, I have to do this on my own. Means I
Mother,
haven't finished with
you're no
this
spring
case.
chicken anymore.
Oh, I had a feeling you'd be
Come on,
running off
let's
on
go
one of
home.
your adventures.
And don't forget to send our men to tend to Von
This
Borchert.
time, I'm coming with you.
No, even though you impress me more and more, I have to do this on my own. Means I
Mother,
haven't finished with
you're no
this
spring
case.
chicken anymore.
Oh, I had a feeling you'd be
Come on,
running off
let's
on
go
one of
home.
your adventures.
And don't forget to send our men to tend to Von Borchert.
Well done, Mother. You just had to pick up Von Bertrand's trail on your own, didn't you? You ditched me in Paris with no explanation, and off you go to infiltrate one of the world-renowned receptions of this Lord Mortimer? And now he writes me to say that you've gone missing on his private island? Which, by the way, looks more like a big rock than a paradise island. You ditched me in Paris with no explanation, and off you go to infiltrate one of the world-renowned receptions of this Lord Mortimer? And now he writes me to say that you've gone missing on his private island?
The least he could do is explain to me how he managed to lose you. In any case, it is time for you to stop all this, Mother. It no longer suits your age. Well, I'm sure I'll find you once again, slogging through the caves beneath the island, searching for some long-lost mystical object that you just can't live without. I'm already hating this trip, and all I've done is think
Contrary
about
to
it.
what one may be able to imagine, it was
I'm
not the
sure
host
I'll
himself
find
who
you once
invited me. Well now, Duchess, we find ourselves both invited by Sir Hall.
Well, how very amusing. Perhaps we have some common interests, Your Eminence. Is this your first time at one of Lord Mortimer's legendary parties?
Oh no, we have been friends since long. But as I'm doing some business with Sir Holmes, the invitation came from him.
Well, I simply can't wait for all the festivities to begin.
And you, good sir, what brings you here?
Legendary parties?
Oh no, we have been friends since long. But as I'm doing some business with Sir Holmes, the invitation came from him.
Your Eminence, with
Well, I
all due
simply
respect,
can't wait for all
I
the
prefer to keep my reasons for coming here to myself.
I promise, it has nothing to do with the legendary party that you all appear to be preparing for.
Believe what you will, my son. However, everything is related to the legendary parties organized by our host.
Yeah, I'll be the judge of that, Cardinal.
It has nothing
Anyway, consider yourself fortunate, young man, because there are many who dream of simply one day setting foot on this island, and only a very few ever make it. Indeed, I imagine this must be your first time here. Anyway, consider yourself fortunate, young man, because there are many who dream of simply one day
That's
setting
right.
foot on this
Until
island.
now, I've never been invited by Lord Mortimer.
You won't soon forget. This must
Given what
be
I've
your
seen
first
so far,
time here.
I wish I'd been passed over.
Come, Duchess. They are waiting for us.
We're moving, Monsieur de Richet, if you would like to join us.
I'm coming, Duchess.
I've never been invited by a cardinal, a duchess. I wonder if all the guests here are this prestigious. If I'd known, I would have gone for a better suit.
They are waiting for us.
We're moving, Monsieur de Richet, if you would like to join us. Are you alright?
Cardinal, a duchess. I wonder if all the guests here are this prestigious. If I'd known, I would have gone for a better suit.
Are you alright?
Mother? Oh shit, your hand!
So,
Okay, it's done.
did you put it in a safe place?
Yes. I made sure no one was following me. Don't worry, Sarah, no one's going to find it.
Your hand!
Are you absolutely sure?
Yes, I'm sure.
Right.
It's done.
Just one thing left to do.
No, Mother, no, don't!
I made sure no one was following
What?
me. Don't worry, Sarah, no one's going
Have
to
you
find
lost your mind?
There's no other way.
If you kill me, you won't find it.
That is the point, my dear. No one must ever put their hands on it again.
No. But I trusted you. Have you lost your mind?
No, Sarah.
There is no other way.
If you kill me, you won't find it.
No!
Point, my dear.
You can run if you want to, Sarah,
Hands on it
but you
again.
will pay.
But I trusted you. Have you lost your mind?
No, Sarah.
Hugh,
Louis, are you all right? What's going on?
You can run if you want to, Sarah, but you will pay.
Here, take this.
I trusted you.
I'm sorry.
Keep it. Are you better?
Hugh. I'm fine.
Louis,
Don't
are
worry.
you all right? What's going on?
It's getting late. Why don't you go on ahead and I'll
Here,
catch
take
up with you,
this.
okay?
Are you sure?
Yes!
I'm sorry.
Sorry. I'm sure, yes.
Are you better? Fine.
I'm fine. Don't worry. It's getting late. Why don't you go on ahead and I'll catch up with you, okay?
Are
I
you sure?
definitely have to find
Yes.
Mother quickly.
I'm sorry. I'm sure, yes.
Am I going crazy or
Fine.
what?
This can't be real. The Duchess arrived with me. What's happening to me, for God's sake? I absolutely need to find you, Mother.
I definitely have to find Mother quickly.
Sorry. I'm sure, yes.
Am I going crazy or what? This can't be real. The Duchess arrived with me. What's happening to me, for God's sake?
Louis, during the trip, I had something I wanted to ask you, but we didn't happen to run into each other.
Yes, Duchess?
I'm not sure if you remember, but we've met before. At that time, you were of two minds as to your choice of career. Tell me, what have you been up to since? Louis, during the trip, I had something I wanted to ask you, but we didn't happen to run into each other.
Yes, Duchess?
I'm not sure if you remember, but we've met before. At that time, you were of two minds as to your choice of career. Tell me, what have you been up to since? Louis, during the trip, I had something I wanted to ask you, but we didn't happen to run into each other.
Yes, Duchess?
I'm not sure if you remember, but we've met before. At that time, you were of two minds as to your choice of career. Tell me, what have you been up to since? Louis, during the trip, I had something I wanted to ask you.
Well, over the last few years, I've solved a number of crime cases. Like the chauffeur d'Orgère, for example. Thieves that tortured their victims with burning embers.
Charming. How did you catch them?
I told the most cowardly one that the others had given him up.
Ah, and I wager your thief suddenly started to talk.
You wouldn't believe it. He told us everything. The jobs, the stashes, the names of his partners. Couldn't shut him up.
I heard about that case, but I didn't know you were the one who solved it.
I'm flattered that the news made it across the channel. And you've got a darn good memory, Duchess.
Well, they say I have the memory of two people. But please, call me Emily.
Fine, Emily. Tell me, I was actually helped on that case by my mother. You wouldn't know her by any chance?
Wait, Louis. We've already met.
Got a darn good memory.
You do remember me, don't you? Well, they say I have the memory of two people. But please, call me Emily.
Fine, Emily. Tell me, how could I forget a woman such as yourself?
A woman such as me? What a sweet talker you are. Remind me of how we met. But please, call me Emily.
Fine, Tell me, how could I forget a woman such as yourself?
A woman such as me? What a sweet talker you are. Remind me of how we met.
How could I forget a woman such as yourself? Don't you remember? We bumped into each other at Mesmer's show in Paris. That fraudster had even bamboozled the Marquis of Lafayette.
You too, apparently, because I've never been to see him.
Ouch! Well, that didn't work.
Right, time to go to the manor.
Don't you remember? We bumped into each other at Mesmer's show in Paris. That fraudster had even bamboozled the Marquis of Lafayette.
You too, apparently, because I've never been to see him.
Ouch! Well, that didn't work.
Right, time to go to the manor.
Don't you remember? We bumped into each other at Mesmer's show in Paris. That fraudster had even bamboozled the Marquis of Lafayette.
You too, apparently, because I've never been to see him.
Ouch! Well, that didn't work.
Right, time to go to the manor. I'm heading off. Don't get left behind.
I'm coming. I don't know where we're going like this, Emily, but you're connected to my mother one way or another. And if I can believe my vision, you don't have much of a place in her heart.
I'm heading off. Don't get left behind.
I'm coming. I don't know where we're going like this, Emily, but you're connected to my mother one way or another. Must be an incredible view from up there. Impossible to set foot on the island without being seen from 300 meters away. Must be an incredible view from up there. Impossible to set foot on the island without being seen from 300 meters away.
Good evening, sir. May I ask your name, please?
Louis Moras de Richet.
Monsieur de Richet. Delighted to welcome you among us, sir. You must be Sarah de Richet's son. I must tell you we are doing our utmost to find your mother as quickly as possible. Good evening, sir. May I ask your name, please?
Louis Moras de Richet.
Monsieur de Richet.
What can you tell me about the disappearance of my mother?
2 weeks have passed since Sarah's mother went missing. All the staff here have since been busy searching every nook and cranny of the island. But sir may rest assured, we shouldn't be long in finding her.
And just what have you found so far?
It would seem that Sir's mother may be hiding on the island and regularly changing her location. But no one seems to know why she would find this behavior necessary.
What do you mean?
On several occasions, we have found leftovers of food, a few of her things, or even traces of campsites. The reason why we're searching the wharf again is because lights were spotted there last night.
Where we are now?
Indeed, sir. According to our information, lights were seen in the middle of the night, sir. After verification, none of the guests seem to have left the manor last night. We think that perhaps Sir's mother was here last night.
Where we are now?
Indeed, sir. According to our information, lights were seen in the middle of the night.
And did you find anything then?
We discovered a certain amount of damage, sir, on the wooden part of the wharf.
What type of damage?
Broken barrels, mainly. We'll do whatever is necessary to have them rapidly repaired. But quite frankly, I can't imagine what Sir's mother would have been doing with them.
What could Mother have been doing with barrels?
Nevertheless, our search of the wharf hasn't been entirely unsuccessful, though.
What do you mean?
We seem to have found an object that would appear to belong to Sir's mother. A handkerchief. The handkerchief is embroidered with the initials S.D.R. We came to the conclusion that they are the initials of Sir's mother, Sarah de Richet. I have orders to give it to Lord Mortimer as soon as I see him.
I know my mother. She's not the kind to go for a midnight stroll on the wharf for nothing. I've got to find out what the hell she was doing here. Where exactly did you find the handkerchief?
On the landing dock, sir. The one you arrived by. Give it to Lord Mortimer as soon as I see him.
I know my mother. She's not the kind to go for a midnight stroll on the wharf for nothing. I've got to find out what the hell she... Give me the handkerchief. I'll personally show it to Lord Mortimer.
Well,
I've traveled hard for several days in order to get here.
Yes, but...
Invited by your master.
No, of course, but...
Because my mother went missing right under your nose.
Sir, please.
And having only just arrived, you refused to give me her personal belongings?
Of course not, sir. It was never my intention to contradict, sir. Here you are. I must return now. There's still much to prepare in order to welcome all the guests.
And having only just arrived, you refused to give me her personal belongings?
It is indeed your handkerchief.
It was never my intention to
You must have come here for a specific
Here
reason. I need to know what it is. What could she have been doing out here on this wharf?
And having only just arrived,
It is indeed your handkerchief. Looks like this barrel's been broken for quite some time. What could she have been doing out here on this wharf? A sack of seeds. It's unopened. No one seems to have used any. Broken for quite some time. Looks like a bar from an old gate. This miserable old bar has been broken fairly recently. The edges are still clean, and the tip is blackened. Without analysis to the contract, I put my money on cannon powder. Looks like a bar from an old gate. This might just come in handy. Edges are still clean, and the tip is blackened. Without analysis to the contract, I put my money on cannon powder. This might just come in handy. Some rope. Apparently no one's touched it for a good long time. Let's see what's hidden inside. Some rope. Apparently no one's touched it for a good long time. Ah, one of the letters is stamped with the seal of the order. And I recognize your handwriting anywhere, Mother.
But who is this Samuel Ritter d'Auchois? Who are you writing to?
I don't recognize the name. Let's see what's inside this letter.
Ah.
So,
Dear Samuel, my stay on Lord Mortimer's island is going wonderfully well. As I find myself in such charming company, I plan to stay a few more weeks. Would you be so kind as to send me a gift that I'd like to give to our old friend Manuel Godoy? I would be most grateful. I have been told that he's going to join us here soon. I would like to mark the occasion. Thank you in advance. Yours devoted, Sarah Faustine de Richet.
What is your game here, Mother? Secrets, always more secrets. You never talk to anyone using language like this. Something's going on here. Who is this Samuel Ritter? And for crying out loud, who's this Manu Godoy that you keep bringing up? Think. Godoy. Secrets, always more secrets. Why does that name sound so familiar? Something's going on here. Who is this Samuel Ritter? For crying out loud, who's this Manu Godoy that you keep bringing up? Think. Godoy. Secrets, always more secrets. Why does that name sound so familiar? Something's going on here. Who is this Samuel Ritter? For crying out loud, who's this Manu Godoy that you keep bringing up? Think. Why does that name sound so familiar? I'm guessing he's a man of some importance. Spanish, I'd say. But just can't put a face to him. Well, hope we meet to talk about it soon, Mother. I don't know what you've gotten yourself into this time, but I'll bet you've got a lot to tell me. I'm guessing he's a man of some importance. Spanish, I'd say. But just can't put a face to him. Well, hope we meet to talk about it soon, Mother. I don't know what you've gotten yourself into this time, but I'll bet you've got a lot to tell me. Let's see what's hidden inside. Let's look. Let's see what's hidden inside. Let's look. Probably a Dutchman. An address in Cairo, Egypt. Mortimer communicates with the whole world, apparently. Probably a Dutchman. An address in Cairo, Egypt. Mortimer communicates with the whole world. This envelope is meant for the Vatican. This name sounds familiar. Pashi. No. Can't seem to place it. This envelope is meant for the Vatican. This name sounds familiar. Pashi. No. Can't seem to place it. This chest might belong to Duchess Hillsbury. This chest might belong to Duchess Hillsbury. Get it open barehanded. Clearly, I'm not much for manual labor. Let's see if I can get it open another way. I'll never get it open barehanded. Clearly, I'm not much for manual labor. There we are. Get it open another way. There we are.
This looks like a pistol case, but it's empty. I don't know if this has anything to do with you, Mother, but if it does, at least now you're armed. Just like in my vision. And none of it's telling me anything useful. This looks like a pistol case, but it's empty. I don't know if this has anything to do with you, Mother, but if it does, at least now you're armed.
This wharf is used as storage for a lot of barrels.
None of it's telling me anything useful. Uh-huh. What have we here? It's cannon powder.
This wharf is used as
It's unusable. I don't know what the person who left this barrel like this had in mind, but it's a waste. Apparently, someone on this island has gone through a whole lot of trouble to arm themselves. I really must find you, dear Mother, and quickly too. It's unusable. I don't know what the person who left this barrel like this had in mind, but it's a waste. Apparently, someone on this island has gone through a whole lot of trouble to arm themselves. I really must find you, dear Mother, and quickly too.
amber crystals. Amber crystals.
A Latin inscription. An nessis, mi fili quantilia produncia mundus ergatur. Latin inscription. An nessis, mi fili quantilia produncia mundus ergatur. How did Mortimer manage to build his manor at the top of a rocky outcrop? Impressive.
Ah, my son. I was looking for you.
What can I do for you, Your Eminence?
I wanted to ask you. You are the son of Sara de Ricci, aren't you? You see, your mother and I were supposed to meet here on this very spot. I was supposed to hand her a very important envelope.
What can I do for you?
But I haven't seen her.
If only Mother had told me why she was coming here. Anyway, I ought to take the envelope. It might have something to do with her disappearance. Listen, if it will help, you can always give it to me.
But I haven't seen her.
If only Mother had told me why she was coming here. Anyway, I ought to take the envelope. It might have something to do with her disappearance. Listen, if it will help, you can always give it to me.
Thank you, my son. I'll bear that in mind. I'd rather deal with her directly. Don't take it personally. Would you happen to know if your mother has arrived yet? Thank you, my son. I'll bear that in mind.
Certainly, Your Eminence. Mother got here some time ago. I was hoping to find her when I arrived, but given the hour, she must be asleep by now.
Right. I shall see her tomorrow.
By the way, Your Eminence, I wasn't aware you knew my mother.
You only knew my son. I knew your mother in the highest regard. She has rendered great service to the church, and her health is invaluable. I hope that you will follow in her footsteps.
If only she had told me where she was headed.
Nonetheless, our exchanges have always been discreet, and I should like them to remain as such. If your mother wishes to speak to you about us one day, I will not mind if she does so.
That is very commendable. But since we work together on a daily basis, it's surely just an oversight.
I most certainly remain. You said you work together. If your mother wishes, what do you do exactly? I will not mind if she does so.
That is very commendable. But since we work together on a daily basis, it's surely just an oversight.
I most certainly remain. You said you work together. If your mother wishes, what do you do exactly?
My mother and I belong to the same secret organization, the Golden Order, which I joined a few years ago. Mother trained me, and I assist in her research. In other words, you can trust me.
My child, you are telling a perfect stranger that you and your mother work for a secret society. It would seem that discretion is not one of your specialities, my son.
In other words,
you will understand that it does not encourage me to put my trust in a perfect stranger that you and your mother work for.
All the same, it bothers me to see you in a quandary, Your Eminence. Is there any other solution? Look, if it's of any help, you can always leave your envelope with me, and I'll give it to her as soon as I see her.
I hesitate. Up till now, we have always dealt with her in person, and that has always been successful.
Look, if it's of any
do you
help,
think I should give it to you?
With me, and I'll give it to her as soon as I see her.
I hesitate. Up till now, we have always dealt with her in person, That has always been.
Only you know that, Your Eminence.
Do you think I should give it to you? I hesitate. Until now, we have always dealt with in person. That has always been.
Only you know that, Your Eminence.
Do you think I should give it to you?
Only you know that, Your Eminence. If you're asking me if you can trust me, or if I can keep a secret, I would answer yes, absolutely.
I understand.
In truth, it all depends on the nature of the contents of your letter.
It is a list of names.
This list must be of extreme importance. If I can keep a secret, I would answer yes, absolutely.
It's a list of people that your mother must help.
It all depends on the nature of the
Listen
contents of your letter.
If I give you the letter, can you promise me before God
This list
that
must
no
be of
one
extreme
other than your
importance.
mother will
Yes.
It's a list of people that your mother must help.
It all depends on the nature of the
Listen.
contents of your letter.
If I give you the letter, can you promise me before God
This list must be of
one
extreme
other than your mother? It's a list of people that your mother must help.
I swear by the Almighty God to honor the promise that no one but my mother shall cast her gaze upon your letter.
Good. Listen, let's stop there. I'm going to tell you a secret, Monsieur de Ricci.
I
Your
swear
mother
by
and
the
I are
Almighty
organizing
God
the
to
escape
honor the
of a
promise
large
that no
number
one
of French
but my
priests
mother
who
cast
face a
her
massacre organized by the accursed Republican tribunals. The church is literally being bled like a beast. Without your mother, hundreds of men with a claw have gone to the guillotine. She has made the services of your office available to us by organizing the priests' safe passage across the borders. Even if she does not share all our convictions, she always provided assistance. Young man, she has made the you can be proud to be her son. Be it only for her sake. Always respect your name. Here, if she doesn't share the letter I spoke of, it includes a list of about 15 names ready for departure. Be quick. Remember to tell Sarah when you see her. Only for her. Time is short. Always respect your name.
Well played. I'll decide later when I'm alone whether to look at what it
Includes a list of about 15 names ready for departure. Be quick. Remember to tell Sarah when you see her. Only for her. Time is short. Always respect your name.
Well played. I'll decide later when I'm alone whether to look at what it
Includes a list of about 15 names ready for departure. Be quick. Remember to tell Sarah when you see her. Only for her. Time is short.
Well played. I'll decide later. Lives of the Noble Greeks and Romans by Plutarch, a biography of the great men. Lives of the Noble Greeks and Romans by Plutarch, a biography of the great men.
Перед началом каждого задания вы сможете выбрать манускрипт, получить очки навыка.
Lives of the Noble Greeks and Romans by Plutarch, a biography of the great men.
Перед началом каждого задания вы сможете выбрать манускрипт, получить очки навыка. Как прочитать? Что я слышу? Я Так, надо, короче, Навыки. Вот здесь нам я уже могу улучшить, да? У меня... Стоп. Тут не рисовать, создать есть навыки. Да, по идее. Тут как-то... Я пью, что ли? Не понимаю. Я получаю, короче, если ты прокачивал полностью. Какая лампа.
I thought my chimney was big, but this one is beyond belief.
It's the least one can say. I've been longing for a warm fire for ages.
Since I set foot on the island, I haven't ventured more than 2 yards away from it.
Have you also just arrived?
Oh, late morning, I'd say.
Louis, come join us. Monsieur, may I introduce you to Monseigneur His Eminence, Cardinal Piaggi. He joins us straight from Rome.
Oh, just call me Your Eminence. It's simple.
George Washington, President of the United States of America.
Delighted at last to make your acquaintance, Mr. President.
Pleased to meet you, Mr. President. Louis Moras de Richet. It is an honor to meet you.
Young man, let's keep it simple, please. Let us forget our fancy titles. Nice to meet you, Louis.
I should imagine you never thought you'd be in such company.
I must admit that I didn't. It's the first time that I've ever met so many illustrious personalities.
And you haven't seen anything yet. Generally, when Lord Mortimer organizes one of his receptions, there are over a dozen people here.
They can't all be here yet, and you'll see, most of the time there's only the upper crust.
And I noticed you were already getting to know His Eminence at the entrance. It's the perfect place to build up a network. What were you talking about, if you forgive my indiscretion?
At the risk of disappointing you, we weren't conspiring in our corner, sir. His Eminence was simply telling me that he knew my mother and how much he held her in high esteem.
It so happens that Monsieur de Richet's mother is to join us.
Oh, pity. No scrumptious gossip or juicy tidbits, unmentionable secrets, or even money matters. But you'll see, it will come. Despite all the goodwill in the world, you can't stop people scheming left and right around here.
Speak for yourself, sir.
Well, my friends, do any of you know the reason why we're here this time?
Not in the slightest. As for me, I've been invited by Sir Holm, a close friend of Lord Mortimer, but I do not know the reason why.
You see, Louis, every time Lord Mortimer organizes a reception, he always finds a moment to set up a chat with all the guests.
During which time we remake the world.
Accompanied by gallons of absinthe and cussing. I'll leave you to imagine the result.
So, if I understand rightly, Monsieur de Richet, you've come out here to join your mother. For what reason, exactly?
Lord Mortimer asked me to drop everything and come find my mother, who seems to have disappeared during her stay here.
Ah.
I took the first boat, and here I am.
I'm so sorry.
Don't be, sir. It's not your fault.
Seriously, though, I know your mother well. Stay behind with me afterwards, and we'll take a moment to speak about her.
Good Lord! Washington is wearing the emblem of the Grand Master of the Golden Order. It's the highest distinction of the Order in the United States. It puts him on par with my mother. He must really know his stuff when it comes to the occult.
Good evening, my friend.
Shit. That's the man for my vision.
An urgent case has delayed our host, Lord Mortimer. He can't be present this evening, and he sends his deepest apology.
He's asked me here and he hasn't even turned up? Great start. Do you know that man?
Sir Gregory Holm, an English aristocrat, very influential. He's also close to Lord Mortimer, so don't be surprised if he acts like he's at home.
And now, my dear guests, a light meal is served in the small salon. For those who would like to, you're invited to follow me into the next room.
My dear fellow, you must have read my thoughts. I shall follow.
We'll have to be careful not to make too much noise. One of Lord Mortimer's guests is relaxing.
Oh, we shall be quiet.
Don't take it the wrong way, Sir Holm, but I have already eaten. Thus, I shall be happy to remain by the fireside.
If you don't mind, Gregory, I should like to keep Mr. Washington company.
Please feel at home. And you, sir?
If I stay with Washington, we'll be able to speak about my mother. But on the other hand, I'd like to learn more about this home. I saw him in my vision. My vision is more important. Let's follow home.
I'll follow you, sir. Mr. Washington, I hope to speak with you at greater length on another occasion. Emily, please excuse me, but I would like to speak to Sir Holm. I shall see you later.
My friend, I hope our dear Giovanni is well.
The troubles in France have fatigued him, but he will recover slowly. Do not fear. He apologizes for remaining in Rome. The voyage was too much for him.
And right he was too. The mildness of the Mediterranean, eh? Come, sit down and have something to eat, my friend. You look rather pale. Excuse me, sir. I have been neglecting my duty. I haven't introduced myself. Sir Gregory Holm, an old friend of Lord Mortimer's.
A real pleasure, sir.
You who must be well used to the court of France. How do you find this peaceful little haven?
Charming if I hadn't come here for disturbing reasons.
Yes, I heard the news. What a story.
Indeed. I wanted to ask you. You seem to know my mother well. Is that true?
Who does not know of her, sir? She has such a wide circle that everyone knows your mother from a distance or close up.
Everyone knows Sarah, son.
But you only know her by her reputation.
I remember she once worked for the Crown of England, and that she always honors her engagements. However, we have never been personally introduced, sadly.
Well, if I'm to believe my vision, you're not going to get along with her.
Thank you for your answers, Sir Holm. But I beg your pardon. I get the impression I know you. Have we met?
Except in my dreams, of course.
Not that I remember, young. Perhaps you are mistaking me for another member of the Chamber of Lords. And what with the wig and the powder, it wouldn't be the first time.
No, you were definitely the one I saw threatening my mother.
I thought... Never mind. It'll come back to me. Would you allow me one last question, sir? I don't want to take up all your time.
Please, go ahead. What do you want to know?
Do you know the reason for my mother's presence here?
I haven't the slightest idea, no. She was invited by Lord Mortimer.
But you don't know why?
Not really. I was given to understand that your mother was looking for something.
And do you know how long my mother and Lord Mortimer have known each other?
Several years, I believe. They seemed to know each other for quite a while. But it was the first time that Lord Mortimer had invited her to join us here.
Good. And finally, would it be possible for me to speak with Lord Mortimer this evening?
I'm terribly sorry, no. He really is quite unavailable. But please rest assured that everyone is doing their best to find your mother.
All the same, it's not the Chateau de Versailles. It can't be that difficult to find her.
Worry not, my son. I am persuaded that we shall find the famous Sarah de Riche. No doubt with new adventures to share, huh?
No! Elizabeth! I should have insisted that you rest in your room.
Do you want me to call someone?
Let me handle this. I'm used to this kind of thing.
Thank you, Mr. Dipshay.
Miss, can you hear me?
Leave me.
Her breathing is becoming stable and her heart rate too.
Pale complexion, thin, broken nails, an enormous scar on her temple, tattoos on her hands. I don't know what happened to you, Missy, but it looks like you've been through hell.
Can you tell me something about her? Who is this young lady?
Elizabeth Adams. She's come to the island for a course of treatment, to rest.
For a course of treatment?
That's right. Seer can do wonders. Are you all right, Elizabeth? Do you feel any better?
When did she arrive?
4 days ago.
Okay. My mother had already gone missing. She's just regained consciousness and she immediately reaches for her brooch? I don't know exactly what it means to her, but obviously it's got to be something important.
Are you all right, Elizabeth? You gave us quite a fright.
Take it easy, miss.
Let me. I just need to get back to my room.
Of course, my dear. Go ahead.
You saw it, didn't you?
Pardon me?
I segni della bestia.
Sorry, Your Eminence. I don't speak Italian.
Forget it. It doesn't matter.
Gentlemen, it's getting late. It is time for everyone to go to bed. It has been a long day.
It's all the more delicate.
I'll see what I can do, but the case I'm on at the moment might well leave me with very few opportunities. Well, I am impressed with all this splendor.
But don't spend too much time with Mr. Washington, my dear, or you'll lose your pretty accent. You seem to be intrigued by that statue.
Absolutely. It is remarkable.
Oh, it's naughty to tell lies. Bet my life that you were talking about something totally different from the decoration of the manor. But to find out what, I should have stayed with them. Too bad.
Lord Mortimer is fond of atypical works of art. I won't disguise the fact that I find it all a little megalomaniacal. But I must say, he does have some outstanding pieces.
So, who was that young lady with you?
Elizabeth Adams, Mr. President. She would have liked to have stayed with us, but the poor thing is exhausted.
Elizabeth Adams?
Just mentioning Elizabeth totally changed Washington's attitude. Looks like he just saw a ghost.
Miss Adams is here to rest. You have perhaps already come across her in the corridors. She arrived a few days ago.
I perceived her, but we weren't introduced.
Rest assured, she is not here for the same reasons as yourselves. Consequently, I'm counting on your indulgence. On that note, it's very late. You must be exhausted. The servant will accompany you to your rooms. Ladies, gentlemen, I bid you all good night. Mr. President, Your Eminence, Duchess, you have the same rooms as usual. You, Monsieur de Richet, will find your room at the end of the corridor.
Well, my friends, I am bone tired. I am off to my bed. See you in the morning.
Good night, sir. I shall do likewise.
Louis, I shall see you in the morning. Sleep well.
Good night. See you tomorrow.
Oh man, it's been quite a day. Right, where is my room? Duchess Emily Hillsborough. Duke Manuel Godoy. Huh, that's me. Right. So what shall I do with this letter? It might be about my mother's disappearance. But if I open it, I'll be betraying Biaggi's trust. What should I do? Okay, let's see what it contains. Too bad for Biaggi. So, it really is a list of French countrymen. Biaggi wasn't lying. But now it's opened. I better get it to Mother soon. Wow! Nice room. Mortimer sure doesn't do things halfway.
Вообще узнать, сколько у меня очков. Думаю, после того, как поели, у нас должно было все восстановиться.
Inferno by Dante. Abandon hope, all ye who enter here. Lovely lectures Mortimer's giving to his guests. Very jolly. Inferno by Dante. Abandon hope, all ye who enter here. Lovely lecture, Saturn devouring his son. Again? I saw the same theme in the hall. I wouldn't like to be his son. Saint Francis of Assisi in ecstasy, before superior voices. It always amuses me to see how art gets used for propaganda purposes. Saint Jerome and the Angel. Yet again, art with political undertones with an image of a saint hearing voices.
Judith beheading Holofernes. Ironic in a way, when you know that the artist represented herself as Judith beheading her mentor, who had raped her.
Склянка карамелистой воды. Карамелистая вода позволяет сосредоточиться и не расходовать точки действия. На применение следующего навыка можно хранить не более 5 склянок.
honey. I couldn't have hoped for better.
Простой вопрос повышает импакт. Необходимо будет увидеть, к чему ваш собеседник испытывает устойчивость и слабость сбросов, тем более 5 банок.
The torture of Ixion, condemned by the gods to lose his mind because of his arrogance.
Да, здорово.
Да, виделись. Ага.
Домой только приехал.
Че, ты не заходил на стрим?
А ты ссылку нахуй не дал.
Сейчас скину.
Тебе надо сперва нарезки ебашить, а потом...
Ну я там делал нарезки.
Вот надо постоянно такую хуйню.
Ну,
Я тоже...
постоянно делать, да.
Мне тоже, вот я хочу этой хуйней заняться, блядь, оно у меня в башке есть, а сам нихуя не делаю. Так, мне надо сейчас...
Прикольная игруха, я так скажу вообще.
А про чё вообще?
Блядь, что я тут отвлекся.
Я у тебя нажал... автор трансляции не... автор трансляции не в сети. Я через Steam нажал просмотреть, что-то у тебя не получилось. Ну-ка еще раз. Сейчас я заплачу сперва. Все заплатил, слава богу. Так, ну все, интернет оплачен. Смотрим, что там за игра. Обычно стараются новую игру купить, которая только вышла, и по ней уже там что-то стримить. Нарезки какие-то, прохождения, там в курсе тупо пошаговая.
Ну вот типа такого, здесь, короче, расследование какое-то он ведет. Ну, короче, он там в каком-то ордене состоит, вместе с мамой. Мама пропала, короче, вот и ищет.
Мне с микрофоном пиздец, мне надо наушники врубать, чтобы, блядь, фон ебаный из-за колонок не было слышно у меня.
Your turn?
Блядь, такая графика уебищная.
Графика уебищная, не говори.
Durishay can't be far away. They'll find us. Their search time is restricted, given that they must keep an eye on Adams. I can take care of her, you know. Yes. Well, in any case, I do thank you for bringing her to the island. From what I've understood, the search of Durishay's room hasn't turned up any results.
Not yet, no. But we've put her son in there. Perhaps he'll find something. That might come in handy.
Louis grows impatient at not yet having met the famous Lord Morton.
He will meet him tomorrow.
Oh, what a pity to lose a night at the start of the game.
Три богатыря хуйня. Такого, у меня много игр здесь куплено. Мне чувак поделился своим этим библиотекой. У меня 300 игр. Из них есть вот недавнешний Ring of Rage. Там.
А что значит поделился библиотекой?
Вот у тебя вот если есть, короче, в Стиме купленные игры, ты можешь поделиться с другим Steam аккаунтом библиотекой, он может играть в твои игры, но вы одновременно не можете играть в одну и ту же игру. Тебе не надо их покупать, короче, удобно. А он тоже все проходил там, что-то не прошел. Это Disables дохуя. Все думы Эртернера я играл.
Our games always seem to end like this.
Or always start like this.
Что играл?
Думы, все думы. Думы Эртернер последний, там нихуя такой, кстати.
Я в Думу.
Там мозгов не надо, чисто ходишь, ебашишь. Resident Evil 1, 2, 3, 4, 6. Ремейк 2, ремейк 3. Ну, игр хватает, короче, таких, которые...
Я вот поиграл в какой-нибудь такую...
Есть прикольные, типа, флата.
Да,
я покупал, я на аккаунте покупал, кстати. У меня, наверное, духа есть.
Lime flower and valerian.
Просто я знаю пару таких игрушек хороших, но они даже не продаются. Там уже какие-то ключи покупать, какие-то торговые площадки, там комментарии постоянно не работают, эти ключи, там танцы с бубнами. Ой, знаешь, палево,
ну надо на другой, не только что Steam, там сейчас ВК Play тоже продает много игр. Кстати, надо зайти посмотреть, там может что бесплатно есть. Рекламировали, короче. Ну-ка, сейчас.
I'm coming.
И, блядь.
Ты заценил игру?
Да смотрю, хуйня какая-то. Поебень прям. Хули там смотреть.
Ну тут надо сначала, конечно.
Так, говорят, этот Автошок или как он, блядь, играет, ебаная. Пушки вылетело. Короче, на стиме, то что в стиме нету, на ВК Play есть. Сейчас я посмотрю.
Excuse me, am I bothering you?
No, not in the least. Is something wrong?
I'm going to need your help. Do you remember the young lady we spoke of in the hall?
I bumped into her in the small salon before.
Well, she is the daughter of my friend, the Vice President, John Adams. But she is supposed to be dead.
Yeah, that's bizarre. Fair enough.
Good heavens! I was present at her funeral.
It is disturbing indeed.
Yes, I need to make sure it's her. That's where you come in. I want you to distract Elizabeth while I search her room. And perhaps get my hands on some important information. At least I hope so.
Ну, давай сейчас я в ВК Play сперва зайду, посмотрю, что там у них. Правила.
Хули нарезки. Заебал мне это NVIDIA Experience, хуйня какая-то. Ну, вроде в курсе, вот, например, последние моменты, там записывать 5 минут по последней игре.
Да, это хуйня на самому, у тебя в ОБС-ке есть, короче. Ты можешь сразу... Да. Через ОБС можешь записывать сразу. Ты можешь просто транслировать, а можешь транслировать и запись вести, короче, на какую папку. Ну там вес такой охуевший прям. Там качество разрешения максимальное будет.
Но суть не в том. Суть в том, что оно работало нормально на 2 клавиши, работало, со сколько перестало работать. Но если я нажимаю на оно ничего нахуй не сохраняется.
Вот, ВК Play здесь, короче, сейчас игры народ покупает. Которые в Steam нельзя купить, короче, из-за санкций, из-за всякой хуйни. А, тут еще регистрироваться надо. Ну давай через... Вложить как Артемий. Так, документ для пользования СНГ. Я соглашаюсь. Ага, окей. И вот, короче, игры. Ну, их... Вот Atomic Heart этот ебучий. В Steam ты его не купишь, а в ВК Play ты купишь, короче. Да. Ты такое, короче. Сколько он здесь стоит? Они уже вторую начали эту разрабатывать.
Так это типа как русская платформа, да, получается?
Ну да, русская игра. Ну это за все время, получается, самая лучшая игра, которую русские сделали.
Нет, игра понятно, я имею в виду платформа, ВК Play.
Ну да. Ну нет, не совсем русская. Видишь, Дуров откосил, короче, он типа, он не считает себя русским, он считает типа себя этим, как его, международным там каким-то. Ну да, потому что санкций не было, типа, ты понял?
Ну да. Как этот, как Тинькофф, который вообще, я не директор банка. Ну, не хозяин.
Так. Телефон. Что здесь значит? Бесплатно есть, интересно. Бесплатно. Warface. Battle Tame 2.
Lost Ark, говорят, еще игра. Тоже
StarCraft. StarCraft MMORPG. StarCraft динамическое ММО. FPS. MMORPG прям? Ну-ка, почитаем. О, нихуя. А, StarCraft, блядь. Майнкрафт,
Стал через L, да, написано? StarCraft.
Да. Я вот сейчас смотрю, что нихуя, трейлер. Выживалка. Ну, интересно, сколько у нее рейтинг. Она и хуйню весит, и она бесплатная. Шутер от первого лица. Так, PvP, экшен, ММО, ФП, FPS. Озвучка, тест, онлайн. Ну, прикольно. Ладно, сделаем тогда так.
А вот это еще есть. Мьютини, Оперативная, Survival.
Это из бесплатных?
Да, это я нашел бесплатно.
Сейчас смотрю, что-то. Windows Force. А, ну вижу.
Ну, какая-то РПГ.
Корабли, всякая хуйня. Ну-ка, по рейтингу. Так, игра в облаке, новинки. Давай на новинки нажмем. Галочку. Ой, та, Resident Evil 4 только. Демка вышла. Ну это хули-то демка там, нахуй. 30 минут игры в рот наебалась.
Ну вот скачиваем. Warface, Battle
Warface, что знакомая. Это тупо стрелялка, да?
Да, типа контры.
Да хуй, да мне контра куплено, я, короче, зашел, что-то как-то это. Там меня сразу, нахуй, разъебали. Я понял, что, блядь. Не меня уже. Да там задротов еще тоже куча, и читеров этих с улхаками всякими.
Да и мне вообще что такое как-то после 1.6 не могу я в нее играть.
Да там игроков сильно. Ладно, там если такие браки, как мы бы играли, то там народ сутками сидит, блядь, в ней.
В основном деятельно. У них реакция туда-сюда.
Ну-ка. Зомби-шутер. Блять, она хуйню весит. Так, об игре.
Так-то нормального. Ничего такого не выходило.
Да бабки надо тратить на нормально. Хули они по несколько тысяч эти игры, блядь. Так накупи, блядь. Понравится, не понравится. А, еще вышел этот, как его? Overwatch этот ебучий 2. Ну его, чтобы скачать, нужно казахстанский, короче, этот. Аккаунт, нахуй.
Неплохая игруха, в курсе есть там типа это. Рыцари, короче, красные, там синие, нахуй. Ну и банда на банду, короче, ты мочишься.
А, я видел, но я не игрался.
Окей, прикольно, мне кажется. Особенно если, ну, там надо как бы больше, чем 2 человека. В пятером там нормально зарубиться уже.
Там еще можно вроде ну, в кого-то вселяться, там отдельные эти какие-то моменты драться. Не?
Ну, вселяться, по-моему, там ни в кого нельзя, там чисто, ну, как бы такое, более... Без фантастики, просто рубилово.
Я вот у Михи увидел, он тоже там какие-то сейчас человечки ебаные всякие.
Там разноцветные. С мечом, либо с луком, и все. И на коне, или и все, и ваша банда там 50 на 50, все, хуярите.
Так, блядь, и что качать, а хуй его знает вообще. Сука, и бабок нихуя нету. Ну-ка, давай в Стиме посмотрим, что у нас там можно купить, блядь.
Да бабки-то есть.
Это одно говно ебаное, мы играем в говно ебаное.
Рублей за 500 можно, что только у меня есть там где-то рубас полтора.
На меня тоже.
На Стиме.
Давай зайдем.
Нет, я могу, в смысле, 2 игры даже купить. Просто, блядь, вот тут шум.
Да надо так, чтобы, блядь, хуй купить, надо, чтобы нам пиздатая нравилась, в нее играть, а не просто купил и хуй повесил.
Как я вот купил вот этот Фокс Холл, про который я тебе говорю, я 2000 за него дал. Параша ебаная, вообще конченая хуйня. Бесконечная, нахуй.
Я хуй знаю, где ты ее вообще нашел, что ты купил, блядь, я даже такое название.
В интернете там вел, там, новые, ну там это, мой вот выдала, блядь. Хороший отзыв, там, пиздец, сюда-сюда. Она, короче, еще не русифицирована, прикинь, то есть там все на английском. А там тоже крафт, хуя постройки, там, ну, там нужно, короче, по-любому читать, что надо, там, вот эта хуйня. А ты, короче, загружаешься, то есть там в реальном времени, короче, типа как война.
Так, а нам какой жанр нужен? Сурвал этот, выживание?
Да нахуй.
А ты играл в Ditch Trading?
Нет.
У меня вот куплено она здесь на аккаунте.
Строить эти дома, это пиздец, я вот говорю, я вот...
Не дома, там Кодзима игра. Ты бы ее попроходил, блядь, а я как тебе дать аккаунт? Сейчас я тебе ссылку дам на эту хуйню. Блять, как ссылку дать? Вот так.
Ну вот у меня друг скачал там игру тоже, типа, короче, зомбаками мочиться, новая, вот, недавно вышла, как называется.
Вот эту хуйню веди в Стиме. И это, посмотри, играл в эту игру? Кодзима игру создавал. Самая верхняя она будет, 1900. Блять, я не допрошел, кстати.
А в такое не играешь, там, типа, герои, там, вот это... Я спрашивал сегодня.
Ну а с кем, блядь? У меня дисейплсы все куплены, кстати, здесь.
Вот новая же должна выйти была, вот когда в этом году или в конце того, это, как она, Kings of Bounty, которая похожа на героев. Вторая часть, там типа графа вообще охеренная, ну она вообще там классная. Ну,
а Disciples ты играл?
Ну я в курсе, да, что заиграл, но я сам не играл. Нет.
Ну, она полегче, чем героев, ну тоже интересно, красивая. Тоже недавно выходили версии. Сколько она стоит, интересно? А, 14 гигабайт.
Я так понимаю, Сталкер 2 так и не вышел.
А я их первый не играл. У меня тогда комп дровяной был. Играл да в эту хуйню, сейчас то, что ты смотришь? Не играл?
Не играл.
Ну вот там типа стоп. Ну там тоже такой, блядь, жанр, сюжет, блядь. Но графон ебейший, она и весит. 100 гигабайт.
Ну это чисто соло игра, да?
Ну да, там есть сопряжение с другими игроками, но ты их никогда не встречаешь. Там по-другому, там замут, короче. Она необычная, короче. По ссылке носить тоже такая хуйня. Сперва, ну а потом вникаешь и, короче, уже остановиться не можешь.
Сейчас будет.
Процессор, Ведьмак 3 у меня есть. Дикая охота.
Не, я говорю, я бы поиграл бы в какую-нибудь нахуй приключенческую тему. Вдвоем, чтобы можно было. Типа как она.
Блять, я Wallpapers купил, короче, пару лет назад. Я, блядь, за 90 рублей, блядь, до сих пор не жалею. Обои охуевшие, сейчас тебе покажу. Они, их там, короче, в день 1000, короче, выходят. Сейчас я тебе. Типа вот пример у меня нахуй. Они без баннеров, без всякой рекламы, так, ну, охуевшие, короче. Там, короче, каждый день выходит 1000 обоев там, ну, они со звуком, без звуком, там FPS, все настраивается на них. Стил этот кинул в WhatsApp.
Так, а что за обои-то? Что такое?
Ну, я тебе WhatsApp кинул, это миллион, нахуй. Это просто пример. Ты когда сворачиваешь, они чик затухают, к примеру. Там уже FPS.
Нихуя прикольно.
Давайте программу. Какая программа называется в Steam?
Да.
Wallpapers. Ща, подожди.
В Steam нельзя ссылку кидать. Да?
Блядь, название не могу скопировать. Сейчас. Я его купил, помню, еще за 99 рублей. А там их прям миллион. Он и FPS настраивает. И что хочешь, там вообще прям и с музыкой есть, и без. Там охуеешь, короче. Ну, так, для красоты, короче. Если комп нормальный, вот как оно само то. Блять, как где тебе написать только? Ладно.
Ну, скинь название просто, да.
Ну, я тебе в WhatsApp тогда напишу, как называется. Ну вот wallpaper напишешь, она по-любому вылезет. Там вот такой значок будет, сейчас покажу. Я Марику всегда показывал, каждый год он охуевал. А их каждый день там много новых всяких выходит, там авторские эти. Вот так значок выглядит, это в Стиме продаю. Он раньше 99 рублей стоил, сейчас я не знаю сколько. Ну, короче, поебаться стоит на нем посидеть, там их миллион. И аниме, и любые, блядь, на фильмы. Они с музыкой, короче. Можно музыку отключать, можно включать, короче. Ну, вообще, заебись.
Ага, нашел я все.
Я не знаю сейчас, сколько стоит. Они...
Ага, 250 рубликов.
Ну, уже время идет.
Ну ладно, потом посмотрим. Может, что-то покупать придется.
Ты не покупай это так, чтобы тебе в память как было галочка. Ага. У меня еще на другом аккаунте они вроде куплены. Давай тебе могу дать аккаунт, ты зайдешь, просто скачаешь эту хуйню, установишь, настроишь, и она у тебя будет. Хочешь?
В смысле, а как это? Ну, я, то есть,
сиськи свисли,
чужой аккаунт скачаю, а потом зайду опять свой, и у меня будет это?
Ну, конечно, блядь. Она ж фоновая.
Ну я-то не это, деревня.
Давай, я тебе сейчас,
давай,
ты, короче...
WhatsApp,
Хули кидай, мне надо, блядь, пароль как-то обдуплить. Я по QR-коду заходил. Давай ты сейчас, короче, а ты сможешь трансляцию экрана сделать, чтобы я на стриме, короче, просто навел камерой на QR-код, и у тебя он...
Discord.
Да. Сейчас, подожди, я просто пароль не ебу, какой у меня здесь. Я по QR-коду захожу, у меня там, видишь, как... ну, несколько аккаунтов просто наводишь через Steam QR-код, и все, он входит. Я пароль не ебусь. Мигалочками, блядь. Ладно, сейчас попробуем. Так, сейчас найду, короче, как сейчас зайти.
Ну вот эта игра, которую я говорил. Mount Blade называется.
Дай мне в Steam, короче, ссылку и это, ну, на свой стрим. Я, короче, зайду, и ты сделай...
Так я тебя на Steam?
Да. Чтобы экран, короче, снимала OBS-ка.
Она у меня и так экран.
Дай мне в Steam, короче, ссылку. Ну, давай, ссылку кидай. Я сейчас просто через Google зайду. Ты просто зайдешь в Steam и ты напишешь... Сделай... Так, сейчас.
Так я тебя на Steam?
Да. Чтобы... Так, вот так напишешь, а я, короче, это... А я наведу QR-код.
Мне сейчас надо выйти, получается.
О, да, я вижу твой экран, нихуя. Да, ты в Steam заходи, вводи эту хуйню, короче.
Так, а я сейчас выйду, и, по идее, ты отключишься от голосового.
Да похуй, я зато там увижу. Ты только...
Надо было на Discord просто позвонить.
Ну давай сейчас Discord тогда, я уже его включу. Давай Discord свой.
Так, а как вот давай?
У меня Discord тоже надо как-то войти сперва. Ладно, сейчас разберемся.
Помню, до какого еще, как им поделиться. Что вспоминать-то сейчас. Вот так, да.
Так, смотрим, что там у тебя. Сейчас, подожди, а как тебя добавить?
Вот,
Кинь мне.
я скинул. Ой, что-то он тут. Все,
Перейти в Discord. Блять, как войти? Сейчас QR-код, подожди секунду, тоже не ёбай. Учетная запись, учетная запись. Включить учетную запись, заблокировать. Пароль. Добавить. Давай.
Что, получилось?
Да сейчас, подожди, не, я тут, блядь, не знаю, как... Вот, сейчас, подожди, кажется, нашел. А, вот, нашел QR-код. Сука, нахуй, а чё она не входит? Падла ебаная. Короче, у меня тут какая-то ёбань. Ну давай в телефоне мне Как? Сейчас, подожди, твою новичок. Как все сложно, сука, это просто пиздец, ад для меня. Где-то если что-то вылетело, это все пиздец сейчас, нахуй. Сообщение, где нахуй чат?
Столько сейчас всяких вот этих вот программ дополнительных, Дискорды, Фигурды, ВК, Google, нахуй, блядь. От всего разные пароли, порой как зайдешь, нахуй, и вступляешь, нахуй, какой же ты пароль там поставил.
Да, короче, не похуй, давай, заходи, пиши Марвин, вот я как тебе написал, и я просто к экрану прислоню QR-код, и все, я зайду, и у тебя зайдет автоматически. У тебя разрешение хорошее? Давай, по-бырому.
Что происходит? А что случилось? Почему, что это такое вообще? Почему я не могу? И что это, блядь? Он гонит. Я вообще не могу понять. Так, ты видишь, что я вот сейчас жму, а у меня... Прикинь, я даже не могу его закрыть.
Вот, Джека, вот так выйти заебал.
Так, понятно, ну так видишь, я нажимаю, а... Выйти не могу. Вот, все.
Жека, ты что за хуйня? Выйти не можешь уже с аккаунта.
И... И... А, вот, все, вошел. Так. Так, а мы вообще зачем тут оказались-то? Ты в Дискорд не можешь позвонить? Или нет? Так, а мы вообще зачем тут оказались-то? А, Дискорд так и не получился, да? Да.
Что ты, Жека, справился?
Да, я справился, только зачем я сюда вообще зашел?
Ну, Wallpapers этот ебано скачать, чтобы у тебя...
Так, а и где он здесь?
Ну, бля, библиотека нажимай. Там где-то.
А, ну я могу, в принципе, в поиске, да, наверное. А что, Дискорд так и не получилось, да, открыть?
А я что-то смотрю, тебя его не видно здесь.
Так я ж тебе в Steam ссылку скинул, нет?
Нет, я у себя, я смотрю игры, смотри, слева. А нажми вот эту две стрелочки. Игры потыкай слева.
Вот это?
Выше, выше потыкай. Не, еще не, вот эти вот, нет, где вот лупа нарисована. Там сотня игр должно быть вообще. Блять, ты так через себя сейчас ты хуй тупить будешь, не поймешь, как тыкать. Я что-то его Wallpapers эту ебану не вижу.
Вот. Ого.
Где вот лупа нарисована, и да, вот справа видел там какая-то хуйня. Вот эту туда нажми. Да, это что? Ага, игры тогда просто потыкай игры. Вон слово, да. Инструменты все, 100 игр, да, вон. И смотри, здесь что-то должно быть. Это, кстати, все куплено. Либо что-то бесплатное.
Так, а не проще его, короче, просто в Steam найти?
Ну, не знаю, ну ищи здесь. Может, что-то поиграть, смотри, захочешь. У тебя, может быть, какой-то игры здесь не было. Ты смотри, там, может, какую-то игру хочешь поиграть. Тут есть купленные же. На этом аккаунте тоже. Что-то уебищное, что-то нет. Ну, старье обычное.
Так, а как ты мне это написал название?
А вот она, наверное, есть вот этими квадратики, вот эти ебаные. Самая первая. Вот, наверное, там она есть. Ну-ка, нажми на эту хуйню, квадратики. Видишь, инструменты и квадратики такие. Первая.
Вот это, что ли?
Не, ну, выше мышкой. Там что-то... Да, вот это, ниже.
Показать только готовый к запуску игры. Тут вот можно выбрать, что надо тебе.
Основные... Наверное, в магазине надо искать, хули ты хуй найдешь.
Ну да.
Ёбань какая-то. Но она мне куплена на этом аккаунте 100%. Ну, нихуя.
Хуй там. Не куплена она у тебя?
Ну как не купленная, если я, блядь,
ну,
на
вот
двух аккаунтах
ее видишь.
Я на двух аккаунтах ее покупал по 99 рублей. Да, вот первая она. Нажимай.
Так, а что нажимает цена? Видишь, здесь 49 рублей написано.
На этом, значит, нету, да, ее, думаешь?
Угу. Получается, тогда не было никакой цены, а просто скачать было бы.
Я сейчас на другой аккаунт еще посмотрю. Я на двух аккаунтах покупал просто. А у меня на вот этом основном и на другом. Я просто думал, что ну вот этот он и есть.
А вот что-то загружается, подожди, это что? Обновление доты. Ну, какое-то обновление в доте вышло. 2,5 гигабайта весит.
Пизду эти обновления. Ну тогда нахуй выходи отсюда.
Это качается на новый аккаунт. В смысле? Прикольно.
Чё качается?
Что-то качается, какое-то обновление на доту, на новом аккаунте. Что-то не пойму, как это вообще, почему оно что-то качает.
Да ты отмени там, это может быть вообще это песочница там ебаная. Отмени, нахуй ну надо тебе.
Короче, ладно, я перезахожу.
Блять, короче, какая-то хуйня.
Посолил?
Нет.
Что надоела-то игра?
Что, короче, походу это доигрался.
Сломался что-то?
Да и... Ты вот, это какая-то больная капча, а что она показывает бесконечные картинки? Ну? Верный ответ, поле капча. И чё, и как мне вообще теперь войти в свой аккаунт? Что же за жопа? А? это еще что за лажа? Вообще я не врубаюсь, что происходит с этим, с этой хренью непонятной. ВК-почта. Какая ВК-почта? Какой-то трэш, нахуй, ебаный, чисто. Вообще прям меня шкалит, нахуй. Что-то тут вообще все какие-то ВК-почты. Это что такое? я в курсе, у меня все есть, у меня телефон другой. У меня все, что на том телефоне, он лежит, у него экран, короче, походу. И я даже не могу видео взять и синхронизировать его с остальным телефоном, потому что там экран даже не работает. Ну, заново я еще, ну, как бы ничего не делал, не качал. Короче, у меня все было, есть. Пипец там со змунами с этим паролем.
Нихуя ты там въебался на ровном месте прям.
Ну да. Я еще тогда, когда телефон сломался, думаю, бля, сейчас главное из Стима не выходить. И что-то, короче, забыл вообще. А он просит подтвердить с телефона.
Что, давай поехали. Давай на России играть. Там нормальные игроки прям, тиммейты охуевшие. Скажут, как играть.
Что-нибудь очко поджечь. Что там Арик куда-то пропал. Пиво мне предлагал пить.
Все болит. Я на Рутуб даже пробовал стрим. Там, кстати, больше людей заходят смотреть.
Ну да, надо тоже начинать. Ну я на...
Там можно многопоточной хуйней заниматься, типа сразу несколько этих.
Сейчас еще все платное. Если раньше ты мог скачать какую-то пробу, я вот скачал, к примеру, Вегас, но я в нем просто, ну как бы до этого потихо работал, как бы какие-то, знаешь, там основы, ну, понимания, как им пользоваться есть, в отличие от каких-то других программ. Раньше Вегас ты это скачал через торрент, и все, и пользуешься им. А сейчас ты скачал, тебе по-любому надо его купить. То есть вот что, 2 недели дали, попробуй. И все. А взломанный.
Да, есть в Телеграме, короче, чувак, у него вот эти все программы крякнутые, создать его. Все у него. Фотошопы, бля. Там и Вегасы последние, и...
Что-то Серый мне то пишет, чат читаешь, ты же отвечаешь, что он не видит, что ли?
Ау. Так, тебе в этот WhatsApp кину. Там, короче, все программы есть, какие надо, они не все там.
И что там? В смысле пароли или что там вообще как?
Там все написано, Железо, все что надо. Вы программы, которые платные они. Там как устанавливаться и все. Ну все фотошопы точно есть. И видео по монтажу тоже все про. Фотошопов дохуя.
Да, если бы Тарков не был бы такой болью, какой он является.
Да, Sony Vegas 19 и Sony Vegas 20 есть тут, так тебе ссылку
Ваша
дал.
очередь запрещать героя. Осталось 5 секунд.
Посмотришь, да? Ссылку мою. Фотошопы тоже всех, ну, последние.
Осталось 10 секунд.
Ого, hello, how you do? I'm fine, thank you. Hello, hi guys, у меня все nice, хаюшки, how are you?
Ваша очередь выбирать героя.
Саня.
Осталось 10 секунд.
Санек.
Осталось 5 секунд.
Че, они пикают или мы?
Да я возьму.
Оу, май. Оу. Ха-ха, я сейчас пойду мид проебу. Hello, how you do? I'm fine. Hello.
Квапа. Ты не играешь на квапе? Не, бруда тоже неплохо будет.
Похуй, хочу ебаного хускара.
Опять вот дровка какая-то, пиздец.
Вставай, штанишки надень. У тебя там сейчас что, пробная, да, какая-то Вегаса?
Да, была пробная, 20-го Вегаса.
Ну вот тут я тебе дал Вегаса, она не пробная, там просто пароль все ведешь, что как пост. На версия. Там 19-й, 20-й Вегас есть.
Ты моих медвежат не тревожь. Пускай.
Take out your target, you will be rewarded.
Приготовьтесь к битве.
Да, мне что-то в последнее время соперника вообще не фартит.
Потому что рэпер.
Да.
Рэпчик любишь. Ха-ха-ха. Что-то Хускара каска слазит.
Иду по следу. Плечом к плечу. Настигаю.
Зови меня в свой не.
По следу захватчиков.
30 секунд до начала сражения.
Ой, ну нихуя, вот это круто ты придумал. Ого-го, ну да, круто, классно. Ребят, привет, ребят, здорово, ребят. Ребят, привет. Да им похуй прямо.
Они забудут.
Клыки наготове.
Забирайте все руны забирайте,
Битва
все.
начинается.
Все.
Верно. Встретимся
Нет,
с
только две.
угрозой лицом к лицу.
Ребят, у меня получилось. Ребят, вперед.
Во благо обители.
Слышно, Хускари, ты умеешь говорить?
Ребят, вперед.
Чую противника.
Ау, Хускар, ты русский вообще, нет?
Враг где-то рядом.
How you do? I'm fine.
Хускар, если слышишь, короче, похуй. Напиши что-нибудь сейчас.
Да ладно, не обижайся, я просто занят был, я тут ласхитил. Не мог ответить.
Хускар, если слышишь, то напиши в чат.
Поступил.
Окей, все.
Будет выпал. На меня напали. Иду на зов. Хорошо. Уже в пути.
Нравится мне. У пиратов купили.
Да. Ну, пробуждение. Не бывать раздору. За мной.
Бля, у меня
яростный поступил. Да.
Запах секса на губе, моя мечта.
В атаку! Клыки наготове. Плечом к плечу.
Больно моему очку.
Готовься.
Приятно. Приятно, когда он
следу захватчиков.
Что, ты с кем на линии стоишь?
Иду на зов.
Я забыл, как это пангольера.
Ну как?
Верно.
Марик, я помню, когда появился, я говорю, это же, блядь, зверек такой, говорю, пангольер, блядь, есть. Да. Он такой, да нихуя он не похож, я ему даже загуглил, показал фотографию, блядь.
Уже в пути. Реально есть такой зверек?
Да, с него взятый. Ты что, тоже не знал, в Австралии живет? Пангольер его и зовут, или пангол... Ну что-то с пангольером связано.
Ничего себе они придумали.
Пускай увидят мой оскал. Сделаем. Во благо. Хорошо. Настигаю.
Ой, это ж ФБ. Ну ничего себе, вот это да, я классно придумал. Конкретный.
Паш, ты что делаешь, еблан?
За мной. Да.
Он фармит все как легко идет.
Иду по следу. Уже в пути.
Май гад,
на меня напали.
Происходит. Ребят, вперед, вперед! Ребят, вперед! Саня Зигомет, братишка, ты что ли? Привет, как сам, как жизнь молодая.
Лёха, с карте очень плохо слышно.
Ой, блядь. Зигомет. Это пизда.
Саня, Сашок, Шурик.
Иду по
Держи паузу, сука.
Я не знаю, на какую я не знаю, у меня на какую кнопку паузу.
На F9, на F9.
Не, помей.
Не нажимается.
Жми все, которые можно только. Прошу.
А что ты Зигу ебанешь?
Ты в группу?
Осуждаю. Надо... Ты, кстати, забанят, если ты будешь всякую хуйню. Пиздеть. Слышь, братан, хочешь я тебе навалю рэпчика русского?
Да.
Санек, накидать?
Да,
навалить? Слушай. Чё?
Можешь что-нибудь из
Как навалил, нормально?
Враг.
Вообще, да, ебанул.
По следу захватчика.
Это классика.
Можешь еще французский? Французский можешь?
Нет.
Иду на зов.
На китайском.
А чё вы паузу не держите? Ну, блядь. Саня, братишка.
Чё?
Как сам вообще? Как сам? Как лайн, нормально? У меня вот тоже неплохо, я вот хуй.
Пускай увидят мой оскал. Пустяк. Назад.
Эх, Сашка Зигомет.
Это Сашка
такой...
белый. Сашка белый. Сашка, а Пут с тобой в пати играет?
Что вам надо, блядь, всем от меня? Да.
А чё он у меня крипов забирает?
Блядь.
Он аутист, что ли?
На линии вот стоит. Как он тебя крипов может забирать, блядь, на вообще на другой линии?
Я про паджика говорю, паджик.
А, нет. Паджик нет. От левый.
Еще рано. Не бывать.
Пизда пиздёнка писька.
Пизда пиздёнка писька. Пач, потому что хуёво.
Не отзывай его, хорошо? Ему, может, неприятно.
Ну это мне сейчас было неприятно.
Извинись.
А паджику с full хп там неплохо.
Никакой спячки, пока мое племя в опасности.
И хук ему 10 раз уже использовал. Талантливый пацан.
Я же едва тебя тронул.
У меня вообще фрифарм, я хуй его знает, как тут, блядь. Я 24 крипа задонадил, чтоб ты понимал,
Ты можешь прийти к нам на ганг.
Я вот чуть-чуть мне осталось, я дофармлю и в путь. Да, ну так это основная шмотка для меня.
Иди сюда.
Сашка зигомет.
Раздеру в клочья.
Курьер сил света был убит.
Сделаем. Верно.
Этот ушел хуесос, я забыл.
На меня напали. Настигаю.
Позови меня. Свой не.
Пускай.
Да, блядь, идите быстрее, хуй.
Золото для меня.
Сашка зигометный.
Не бывать раздору.
Вашу нижнюю башню атакуют.
Да. Верно. Иду на зов.
Я почти Рошана убил. Есть мой Рошан.
Есть, а не жалкие
Так, куда мне?
доспехи.
8 минут.
Обители.
Назови меня попсой не.
Клыки наготове.
Сашка зигометок, тебе пришел, братишка. Сейчас мы как ну давай.
Зачем они селфи с линии? Мы их уничтожили.
Оу, ноу. Оу, ноу.
Говорил, где надо было на низкой ходить.
А я попросил без ботинка, я, блядь, где убил Рошана, туда и пошел. Сейчас тебе ты...
Да.
Хотел уже...
Верхняя башня противника разрушена.
Можешь миду постоять, если хочешь.
Плечом к плечу.
Идем за дровкой.
Регенерация.
Давай.
Принимаю твое подношение.
О, давай дровку убьем. Давай дровку убьем.
Силы тьмы укрепили свои сооружения.
Стоите на мид, да, пошли.
Вашу нижнюю башню атакуют.
Яростный поступь.
Давай, тавр.
Можно? Хоста.
Ускорение. Уже в пути. Чую против. Сделаем. Блестяшка. Ты умрешь за дело.
Тавр.
Иду по следу.
Центральная башня противника разрушена.
Где-то рядом. Наше потомство.
Убивай, всех убиваем.
Еще рано.
Что вы там уже охуеваете, чувствую.
Гулю, блядь.
Захват
Гулю веду, слышу, где она? А где она? Я так и думал.
уже
Наёбывай.
в пути. Хорошо.
Что-то у нас, походу, разъебали.
Да.
Да, Клаус, ты придумал, да, молодец.
Что?
Саня.
И про меня сейчас?
Сань, братишка, ты
Да,
что ли?
ты
Привет.
сказал всех,
Как
давай
сам
убьем.
Давай скушаем их, Пудж. Пудж. Я без ульты. Пудж. Пудж. Мяу. Друзья, без ульты, друзья.
Вашу центральную башню.
Смотри, да, вот эту фиолетовую.
Ребят, вперед, вперед! Вперед, ребят, вперед! Ребят, вперед!
Да! За мной!
Да ёбаный ж ты в рот, сука, задула, пидораска.
По следу захватчиков!
Вот это...
Вкус победы.
Ай-яй-яй.
Чё, опять не попал, да?
Ребят,
не попадет.
Давай сисям.
Еще не время.
Не могу. Сука, никто не хочет драться, у меня этот ебаный егис в бардачке уже. Никто не хочет драться.
Иду на зов.
Карта.
Скоро, иди-ка начни кафать.
Увидят мой оскал.
Куда, чё идти?
Без доктора пойдем.
Давай, могу. Можем, не хотим.
Весь настигает.
Я иду. Ребят, я иду. Вперед.
Верно.
Что-то нету никого.
Да.
Вашу центральную башню атакуют.
Чую противника.
Да, не, он по подвалам бегал.
Во благо обители.
О, проебала ей. Ха-ха-ха, так классно. Ничего себе, мы даже выиграем, наверное. Может быть. Если только сейчас заканчивать игру будем, блядь, заниматься.
Можем дальше.
Нижняя башня противника разрушена.
Да, давай на хайграунд поднимемся. Надо ждать. Как там.
Все хорошо.
Хорошо, ребят, вперед.
Kill for me.
Я танчу нормально.
Блин, хорош путь. Давай, next.
Нижняя башня противника.
Едет, машина едет. Увернуться.
Вот так, похуй.
Бля, пацан,
Курьер сил тьмы был убит. Силы тьмы укрепили свои сооружения.
Вообще похуй.
Ручники. О, это классно.
Вы помочь крольчонку. Я сдох. Бля, крипа, пиздил.
Башню атакуют.
Отойди.
О май гад. Вперед, ребята, вперед.
Назад, блядь, назад.
Хорошо.
Помочь, убивай. Давай, ты можешь. Могу, я немножко подхибусь.
Я армлетом хуёво делал.
Я пойду подхибусь.
Молния прокнул дом.
Дружок, я
Ребят, вперед.
Кто нас там пушит, кого?
Ребят, вперед. Сашка, жигомет, вперед.
Назад. Отходим. Бежим.
По следу захватчиков. Да.
Саня, братан, давай такую штуку сделай, и охота его вывалить и подуть на него. Было такое?
Что еще раз?
Они здесь.
Ты сидишь в поп, играешь, и тебя хуй запрел, ты его такой достал и подул на него. Было такое?
И помоги мне, блядь, похуй нахуй, помоги мне, похуй. Да, блядь.
Вперед. Санька, вперед.
Саня, заходи на стрим.
Где-то рядом.
Стрим, сейчас стрим идет на YouTube. Как ты
Я не хочу.
За мной.
Ты вообще подставщик. Ну такие вот надежды на тебя
Не
возлагают.
бывать раздору.
Ладно, зайду, давай.
Давай, пиши, Джон.
Да все похуй на тебя. Вперед, вперед, Саня, вперед.
Иду последом.
Как?
Джон Траволта.
Яростный поступь.
Вперед.
Прогоним их
Саня,
отсюда.
вперед, Саня, вперед. Князь, она моя пизда.
Иду на зов. Принимаю твое подношение. Я не готов.
Здорово. Пёсель ебаный. Жал нахуй.
Иду, оккупанты мои казахстанские. Маленький, иду. Камень! Увернуться! Блять!
Саня, вперед.
Назад.
Чё, поднимаемся, да? Или чё?
Да,
Давай.
Давай, я с тобой, мальчишка. Кинул в него что-то. Хуйню в него кинул, заморозку.
А он не уйдет.
дальше.
Ха-ха-ха, вот это да.
Нажал кнопочку нажал. Хорош, пуш, легенда, блядь. Пуш, реально
машина,
хорош.
да, пуш? Пуш классный, да?
Пуш предупредил.
Вкус.
У тебя когда сын родился, ты назовешь его Джон?
Нет, я назову, знаешь как? Пикник.
Готовься. Во благо обители. Разорву на куски.
Нижние казармы противника разрушены.
Пока.
Вашу
Пока,
верхнюю
парни.
башню атакуют.
Ой, бля, танчу. Ну что же, блядь, я столько урона принял, вы членососы.
Пока.
Ладно, могу. Ладно, похуй, я хуска.
Курьер сил света был убит.
Валяна.
Учили не разговаривать с незнакомками.
Мы, короче, фидим сами.
Вашу верхнюю башню атакуют.
Так-то. Так-то. Между прочим.
Вашу верхнюю башню атакуют.
Быть избранным — это
Вашу
большая
центральную
честь.
башню атакуют.
Соло, парни, соло.
Че, Саня, не получилось найти канал?
Я не искал.
Вашу центральную башню атакуют.
Канал через канал.
Уже в пути. Во благо обители.
Что мы делаем? Когда там Рошан был?
Пушим.
Верно.
Или знаете что, угадайте.
Чую противника.
Я помогу, если что.
Я пойду на Рошана, а вы пока там что-нибудь...
Я с тобой.
Подеремся?
Я нехуй пойду сказать.
Хорошо.
Да они у меня уже срисовали туда. Залетит по
Да пофиг.
Да их надо было сначала, мне кажется, подраться с ними.
Шарт не чур.
Да, нахуй.
Сбейте линку. Пускай бей ему линку. О, блядь, тролль. Бей ему линку.
Сука, нахуй, быстро мне дали, нахуй.
Где-то рядом.
Чайка ебаная, она.
Это полезно.
Сделаем.
Шарку запустим на самый полезный. Полезнее пуджабы.
Иду на зов.
Противника разрушена.
Чаечку можешь?
Похуй на все, просто ломайте. Если видите идею.
Чё себе, это ты круто придумал. Вот это круто придумал, нихуя себе, молодец.
Я нажму на барабан. Пошли, хуячим.
Центральная башня противника.
Ничего себе, ну побежали.
Центральные казармы противника.
Еще трогаем, нюхаем.
Саня, вперед.
Во, забайтили, слышь? Забайтили на первый скилл.
Иди сюда.
Забайтил на тычку за себя.
Центральные казармы противника разрушены.
Help me, oh no, help me.
Иду.
Ха-ха-ха, я пошутил, у меня Егис. На развороте ебашь.
Зачем ты так пошутил, блин, я же умру сейчас.
Саня, вперед.
А зачем ты БКБ играешь?
Да ёбаный, нихуя они меня пробили, я ебал тот рот. А чё, вы никого не убили, что ли?
Нет, нахуй, ёбаный в рот, потому что, блядь.
Тупо мальчика убили.
Кто-то я убил, нахуй. Вперед! Хочу пошли поверху мега крипов и заканчивать пизду. Это
не этот долбоёб был, вот этот толстый.
Фармил.
Давай ему репорт дадим.
Вашу центральную башню атакуют. Ваша центральная башня разрушена.
Кушать надо, кушать. Повтори еще раз канал.
Джон Траволко. Сейчас я тебе скину, короче.
Вперед!
Пошли, к ним в лесочек зайдем.
Вот тебе ссылка.
Лесочек просто, пойдем понюхаем.
Да как он ее, блядь,
я тебе скину, короче.
Клыки на
О, вот этот, смотри. Вот этот, фиолетовый. Хорошо, побатил, нормально.
Блядь,
хватит
я
много
больный,
дэмэджа.
хватит он отрывает просто.
Иду по следу.
Ничего себе, вот это да. Ого-го.
Тебе не вырваться из моих лап.
Отхилиться в ужасы.
Вперед!
Я забыл этого приручить. Кого-нибудь.
Это Анджелия сильно.
Верхняя башня противника разрушена.
Хоть бы это, кого-нибудь приручил.
Пошли, да, блядь, закончим игру, блядь, ёбаный рот.
Мне нужно приручить кого-нибудь, у нас куча интересных.
Не бывать раздор.
О, и меня поймал! Хорошо. Сейчас подфармим.
Еще.
Боже, я так разъебал сейчас.
Где-то рядом.
Вперед, ребят, вперед!
Еще рано. Уже в пути.
Ребят, вперед!
Я не готов.
Верхняя башня противника разрушена.
Еще не время!
Верхние казармы противника. Теперь у вас есть мега-крепилы.
Когти наголо!
Центральная башня противника разрушена. Центральная башня противника разрушена.
К плечу.
Извини.
Иду на зов.
Ребят, вперед! Да, блядь, сколько танчил пиздец вот этой хуйней. Говноеды.
Иду по следу. На меня напали. Не скорби по мне, мое потомство.
И не познакомимся ближе.
Куда не денешься?
Вперед, вперед, ребят, вперед. Ой, блядь, еще фармить, что ли? Нахуй надо. Светит. Снова. Ребят, вперед, вперед.
Чую противника.
Саня, братишка, как сам?
Я на дракончике вот летаю.
Сделаем.
Че ты на Украину едешь воевать?
Ничего, давай.
За мной.
Ты этот, ЧВК Редан, да?
Я да.
Верно.
Ну классно, я тоже.
Ускорение. Да. Достигаю. Принимаю твое подношение. Пускай увидят мой оскал.
Саня, братишка, ты что ли?
Яростной поступью.
Саня, братан, как? Ничего себе, можешь на меня покатать на нем?
Да, садись.
Да.
Махнемся?
Мы не нашли тебя. Там.
Блять, не может быть.
Я пошел, Роша, она вообще битва.
Я же вам скинул ссылку, вы что, не можете ее скопировать?
Но она здесь не копируется. Да и...
Ничего, да, никак не поможет. Значит, я что-то неправильно направлю.
Картанчик. Нахуй мне эта хуйня?
Рошан убит силами света.
Чё, я рефрешер тогда.
Ого. Ничего себе, мы как набрались всего, да? Саня, ты там что? Саня,
дарить.
Потерял.
Да я потерял. На, дай весело, дам тебе. Иди сюда.
Сам.
Забери весел.
Ну нихуя вот это.
Давай, я на уверенности пошел, мне похуй, давай, погнали.
Всех.
Ребят, вперед.
Давайте просто трончик потрогаем. Вот так.
Ебать, у динозавра съели.
Попробуй вот так написать, только выбери тип каналы.
Силы тьмы укрепили свои сооружения.
Ну заебал, ты что ты доебался?
Нет, да мне просто интересно, как поиск работает. Могут они канал найти?
Доебался до школьника. До ебаного школьника доебался. До ебаного школьника доебался. Саня, Зиганот, давай выходи.
Саня, давай, заходи, слайд, ставь.
Да, мне бы сейчас Саня помог, если бы на яйца мне под... белые. Себе вот это классно. О.
Бля, ебали на России, конечно.
Ладно, можно. Мы все как пидоры играем. И каждую игру, блять, это чудо, что мы вообще сейчас... У них просто еще хуже долбоебы попались. Че, еще опять на России?
Ну, да.
Саня.
Посапа.
Светит мне. Снова мы. Снова мы. Да. Цены у нас. Микрофон ебаный, у меня он в камере. И из-за колонок то, что мне ебашит, фон ебучий. Настраиваться. Все, у меня вот это да. Так быстро. Да. Появилась.
Че у тебя за замута? Саньку надо было в группу брать. Что говоришь? Опять тебя не слышно. Ты что там учишься со своим микрофоном? Ты хочешь фон убрать, у тебя не получится. Либо ты уберешь фон и будет вот так вот, я тебя не буду слышать. Либо, короче, ну как было.
Ваша очередь запрещать героя.
Тоже у меня такая хуйня была.
Осталось 5 секунд. Осталось 10 секунд. Осталось 5 секунд. Ваша очередь выбирать героя. Осталось 10 секунд. Осталось 5 секунд. Осталось 10 секунд. Осталось 5 секунд.
Не, ну без микрофона вообще не интересно.
Эй, вот нет на четверке, зачем ты Лину пикнул?
Ну вообще не пикнул, он придурок, нам деньги потратил. Я думаю, нужно его засрать максимально.
Пусть горит.
Что? Что?
Как ты играть собираешься, четверка?
Через вафлю.
Приготовьтесь к битве.
Ну, дружок, дело в шляпе.
Что там у тебя с микро?
Дорогу огню.
Помню, здесь сколько денег наебали. Хотел Нигу взять. Вот пидоры.
Волна огня.
Ребят, вперед, вперед!
Подобно пламени.
Ребят, вперед!
Я хочу честно, где этот вард, может он там стоит где-то.
Ребят, вперед!
А, тут просто дебил стоит, вот и
30
все.
секунд до начала сражения. Со скоростью
Ну,
пожара.
там вардов не стоит пока что.
Ребят, вперед, вперед!
Да, доктор. Да, доктор.
С нами Скруч Макдак доиграет.
Да, у тебя вард стоит, видел, да? Сейчас его будет сбивать, долбоёб.
Да.
Сам
Ебаный сын шлюхи, сука, на собаке. Я хуею, просто ублюдок.
Ну, блядь, Зора.
Чисто сын шлюхи на собаке играет. Кончи ебаный. Короче, Зёма все, я наигрался в пизду, такие игры, я мне прям...
Ой, хорош, красавчик.
Бля, Лина, попроси
прям
друга сразу ливнуть. Слышишь, Лина, попроси его сразу ливнуть. Ебать, какая дура.
Ебанутый, что ли, блядь?
Мне просто говноеды в команде, вот Лина и ты, я просто не хотел с вами играть сразу. Я просто вижу, как два
Парниша
дауна.
пошел, вард поставил, ты пошел спалил,
Все,
этот вард
давайте теряйтесь, просто убейте.
Смотри, нахуй, после твоего геная вард сразу пропал.
Да, мне насрать, мне насрать.
Просто.
Да мне насрать, честно. Под стол давай бы.
Excuse me, am I bothering you?
No, not in the least. Is something wrong?
I'm going to need your help. Do you remember the young lady we spoke of in the hall?
I bumped into her in the small salon before.
Well, she is the daughter of my friend, the Vice President, John Adams. But she is supposed to be dead.
Yeah, that's bizarre. Fair enough.
Good heavens! I was present at her funeral.
It is disturbing indeed.
Yes. I need to make sure it's her. That's where you come in. I want you to distract Elizabeth while I search her room. And perhaps get my hands on some important information. At least I hope so. Elizabeth is in the small salon. If you hurry, you can still catch her. I just need 10 minutes.
But if my vision is true, there are two men nearby discussing very important issues, and one of them looks much like Mortimer. Washington is very kind, but I came to this island for my mother, not for his ghost stories. Count on me, sir.
Thank you, my friend. Keep Elizabeth downstairs as long as possible. She must not return to her room.
Trust me.
Ну, короче, сейчас это... Кадрить будем, Элизабет.
According to Washington, Lady Adams is in the small salon. I better hurry.
Так, внизу Элизабет. Так, стоп, малая гостиная. Это, наверное, вот это вот.
Louis, you're straying from your objective.
Цель. А, значит, другой стороны.
My son. Oh, you are a godsend.
What's the matter, Your Eminence?
I believe that Miss Adams may be in danger.
What do you mean?
Do you hear that? She is being manhandled in this small salon.
By whom?
I don't know exactly. A thug, a Frenchman, it seems. By the cut of his cloth, I'd say he's a member of the French Revolutionary government. You should do something, my son.
Shit. I was supposed to make sure Adams would go back to her room. Don't worry, Your Eminence. I'll take care of it. Probably nothing to worry about.
Do you want me to call for help?
Please don't do anything. I'm sure with a little goodwill, everything will work out fine. Don't go and wake up the whole manor, please.
Thank you, my son. May God watch over you. Who do you think you are?
Me, sir.
If we were in France, I'd have sent you to the guillotine for what you just said.
Please, just let me go back to my room.
Hey, you! Stay out of it! This is none of your business. I'm gonna teach this little slut how to behave.
What the hell is going on?
Huh? I don't think you know who I am.
Stop. I beg you. I didn't mean to. Don't hit me, please, sir.
Shit. If I step in, Adams might just run back to her room. And if I do nothing, yes, Washington will have enough time to search, but this girl's gonna suffer. Damn it, what should I do?
You filthy whore!
I apologize. Have mercy. Please have mercy. No!
I apologize. Nah, nah, nah. Mercy, have mercy. Nah, nah, nah. Where's that smart mouth now? I'll teach you a little respect. Huh?
Look, you dumbass! Are you deaf? She said she was sorry.
Call me that again.
Leave her alone.
Are you looking for a slap, Sonny? That's what I thought. Now get out! I have to deal with this dirty slut.
Well, did you get time to search your room?
Yes, I found out many things.
Good.
Did Elizabeth give you any trouble?
Elizabeth? No. Well, you could have mentioned she was with a raving maniac, huh?
What do you mean?
She was with a Frenchman. He was about to beat her when I arrived.
What the devil are you talking about?
I thought he was going to kill the poor girl.
Did you intervene?
I did what was necessary to give you enough time to search her room.
Good work, my friend. I knew that I could count on you.
So tell me, did you find any information?
Oh, yes. What I found is likely to upset you.
What do you mean by that?
Elizabeth is indeed the daughter of John Adams.
Why pass her off as dead?
I found her medical file. It appears that for many years, your mother was her personal doctor. From what I read, she behaved more like a butcher than a doctor.
What are you talking about? I'm not a child. What's going on here?
John believed that his daughter was possessed. He appealed to your mother to save her, but the treatment she inflicted on the poor child... My God.
Look, stop beating around the bush. What exactly did she do to her?
Do you believe your mother capable of torturing a child?
My mother would never do something like that.
But she did. And with the blessing of the Order.
No, she wouldn't go that far. Prove it. Show me that file.
I left it in her room so as not to arouse suspicion.
My mother is not a monster.
I do not doubt that your mother meant well, but the techniques described in the file, it is pure torture.
My mother has many faults, but she's not the cruel woman you describe.
Believe what you will, but now you cannot say you were never told.
Что-то замышляет этот Вашингтон. Надо, короче, разобраться самому. Посидели. Опа, бабки кто-то потерял. Бабули. Это Вашингтон тут, походу, разбрасывает монетулечки. Я бы еще раз бы зашел, качнул бы. Да, нельзя. Ладно.
The quorum guy.
Да, хорошо, понял.
A few leaves out of an old encyclopedia.
Так.
That's not the right way.
Сюда. Угу.
Monsieur Jacques Perru.
Monsieur Jacques Perru.
Monsieur Napoléon Bonaparte.
Наполеон Бонапарт. Нифига здесь сливки общества. Вот где-то ходит. Нам бы самому попасть к ним в комнату, пока она там. Опа.
Your Eminence, what are you doing here?
I was worried about you, my son. How did it go with Miss Adams?
Could have been worse. Let's say that Miss Adams will remember it for a couple of days.
What? Did you not intervene?
Of course not. What did you want me to do? That thug could have snapped me in half in 2 seconds.
So, you prefer to let that fragile young lady take a beating rather than risk getting slapped around a bit yourself? Mr. Derice, your mother would not have been proud.
Listen, next time it happens, join me instead of hiding behind the door. If you're gonna talk big, back it up.
You should be ashamed. I will pray for your soul, my son. My son, I have another problem. I wanted to speak to you about something important. Do you still have my letter on you? When I gave you the home?
Why do you ask?
I have a name to add.
Here it is.
You opened it.
Don't worry about that, Your Eminence.
You gave me your word before God.
I can assure you that my mother and I share everything.
That's enough. Your word is worthless. I'll give your mother this letter myself.
Блин, спалились, короче. Мы... Письмо нам больше не нужно.
Huh, that's me. I'm exhausted. Better go to bed. I'll search my room tomorrow. Mother stayed here right before me. You never know. And Mortimer had better show up.
Что-то, короче, стали. Опять что-то привиделось.
All right. In my vision yesterday, I saw that Mother had this room before me. I'd better search the room. Who knows? Maybe she left me something behind. The torture of Ixion, condemned by the gods to lose his mind because of his arrogance. I haven't even had time to unpack my cases.
Dear Monsieur de Richet, please excuse me, but I am unable to join you at present. However, rest assured that we are doing all we can to resolve the case that concerns us.
I haven't even had time to unpack my cases. Writing material. From what I see, no ink's ever been used on this quill. The smell reminds me of something. It smells like lemon. That's odd. Inferno by Dante. Abandon hope, all ye who enter here. Lovely lectures Mortimer's giving to his guest. Look, markings on the floor. Just a bit worn out. I was hoping to find something leading to a secret passage. Oh, this bookcase is well stocked. Oh, this book has been put back the wrong way around. A Voyage Around the World, the travelogue of the explorer Louis-Antoine de Bougainville. One of Mother's favorite books. What a coincidence. And I don't believe in coincidences. It's just too much. I don't know what's going on here, but if you felt threatened, I'll bet you'd leave a clue, wouldn't you, Mother? Found it. A faint sign of the order, barely visible. Mother, you undoubtedly must have hidden a clue in this book. Let's see if I can find anything else in this room. The paper's rougher around the writing. The paper's moist here. Very light stain, barely visible. And the smell reminds me of something. Come on, Louis, think. Think. Let's recap. My mother was in this room. I found a rare edition of her favorite book. She must have left something behind. She applied a liquid to the book. She must have used the writing materials. The quill has been used, but not with regular ink. A message using invisible ink. I bet you used the limit to leave a message. Now, how do I reveal the message? Inferno by Dante. Abandon hope, all ye who enter here.
Я так понимаю, этот пепел надо использовать на книге. Что написано? Пепел, который может позволить прочитать сообщение матушки. И как его использовать?
Damn, I'm making a serious mess here. It's no good. Might have worked if the writing had left marks in the paper, but no, there's only traces of lemon. Luckily, I've only put ash on part of the message.
Что там порно? Книга про порно? Так, с книгой, короче, не фартануло.
Look, markings on the floor. Just a bit worn out. I was hoping to find something leading to a secret passage. Nothing here. I wouldn't mind a nice, strong coffee, though. Saint Jerome and the Angel. Yet again, art with political undertones with an image of a saint hearing voices. Saint Jerome and the Angel. Yet again, art with political undertones with an image of a saint hearing voices.
Должен быть какой-то ключ.
A priest's robe, crosses, must be Piaggi's room. A priest's robe, crosses, must be Piaggi's room. When I was a boy, I used to love making secret messages with lemon juice. Handy for writing them, but useless for making them appear. I haven't even had time to unpack my cases. This room looks unoccupied. looking. The heat reveals the message. Let's see what my mother wrote. Where all eyes size you up, you must pass by the Gorgon. Gorgon was the name of Medusa in Greek mythology. On the other hand, where all eyes size you up, I don't get it. And judging by the number of paintings in the manor, could be anywhere. Damn! The message continues, but thanks to me, the rest of the text is unreadable. Great. I hope it wasn't a unique edition or Mother's gonna kill me. Now I better hurry and find that damn Medusa.
Sir, dinner is served in the red salon.
Typical.
I'm not hungry. Please give my apologies to all the guests. Sir Holmes requests your presence, sir.
Well, I guess I'm just gonna have to wait before going and looking for my Medusa.
Tell him I'll be there in a minute.
If I get a chance, I may have to take a little tour through the rooms of the other guests. President George Washington.
Let no one disturb me. I'm busy.
Too bad. I'll see him later. That's the door to Elizabeth's room.
For God's sakes, what happened in here?
Опять кого-то вызывала. Какого-то дьявола.
My dear Elizabeth, I'm writing to inform you of some unfortunate news. We won't be able to meet as planned on the first Sunday of May. I've been told that you're no better, and, unfortunately, your brothers and I are absolutely snowed under by the work required to govern this new country. Please excuse us. As soon as we can get free, even if it's just for a day, I promise we shall come and see you. Your loving father. A chest with a half-circle pattern.
Ключ нужно найти.
Looks like I found a box containing some kind of white crystals.
Не, пробовать мы их не будем. Ключ, нужен ключ.
A Bazant. A novel of the initiation of a young woman into polite society, June 11th, 1791. My dear Elizabeth,
Your last letter gave me much cause for concern. Your words were so cold, as if emotions no longer matter to you. Father maintains that the secondary effects of your treatment still trouble you, but that they will soon subside. Should I believe him? I cling to the belief that we shall soon see each other. 30 November, 1791. My dear sister, the cancellation of our reunion hit me like a stab to the heart. Father told me it was for your well-being, but I can't help but blame him. He claims that your condition has worsened and that it could be dangerous for both of us if we met. If only I knew where you were, believe me, I'd be at your side. I haven't received any news from you in a long time. Please write. Your loving sister, Abigail. P.S. I hope you like the enclosed talisman. "30 November, 1791. August 24th, 1792. Elizabeth, I am driven to despair and doubt there is any point in writing to you. I'm not even sure you'll receive my letters. Father controls my correspondence more and more. I am certain he filters our exchanges. Thankfully, one of the chambermaids is able to help me get my letters to you, but they still remain unanswered. I often think about you and pray every day to be able to hold you tight. We have so much time to make up. I beg you, answer me, please. Your loving sister, Abigail. P.S. That horrible woman came again yesterday. She spent a long time speaking with Father. I didn't understand everything because they spoke in French, but I'm sure they were talking about you.
Что-то тут неладное. Так, ключ мы добыли. Надо пробовать открыть.
A chest with a half-circle pattern.
Это не тот ключ.
Looks like I found a box containing some kind of white crystals. Monsieur Johann van Vulner.
Excuse me, Monsieur de Richet. I really need to talk to you.
Is this about last night?
No, that was just a misunderstanding. I'm sure it was a little bit my fault, too.
There's no excuse for that man's horrible behavior. You ought to tell Sir Home.
Look, the only thing that I care about is that I've lost something precious. I'm not worried about Jacques Peru.
I'm sorry. I should have stopped him from beating you.
What's done is done. It was my fault, not yours.
Don't say that. It's never the victim's fault. Look at your eye.
My eye's nothing. Last night, I found out that your mother was on the island. What are you doing here?
Excuse me, but speaking frankly, why would you care?
I know your mother very well.
If I understand rightly, you share a common past?
Are you saying I've made it all up? You can ask her when you see her.
Huh, she's getting more and more agitated. And next you're gonna tell me my mother's also responsible for that scar on your head?
My heart stopped twice during the operation. I lost my memory for 6 months. You obviously have no idea of the abuse your mother inflicted on me.
Wait, there must be some kind of mistake.
My only mistake was ever meeting your mother.
She's able to describe every detail without hesitation or getting flustered. It's becoming difficult not to believe the poor girl.
Look, I've got to go.
Wait, I need to know more about you and my mother. Why did she put you through all of that? There must be some reason for what she did.
What's the point of rubbing salt in the wounds?
You're right. I don't want this conversation to turn into an interrogation. You've suffered enough already. I respect your silence. Please excuse me.
Well, thank you. I know your little game. You're no different from the rest of them. You couldn't give a damn about me. The only thing you're interested in is finding out about your mother.
Don't say that. Not everyone wants to use you. Some people care about you, don't they? Haven't you got a sister?
Yes.
I'm sure she loves you with all her heart.
She's the only one who cares about me. I would have put an end to it all by now if it weren't for her. Since you insist, I'll tell you how I met your mother.
Thanks for trusting me.
You see, before I was born, my mother often suffered from hallucinations and fits of anger. Soon people could barely recognize her. She became a completely different person. So my father spent an enormous amount of money paying for the best doctors, but none of them were able to cure her. The last resort was to call a priest.
So, is that what your father did?
No. He went to an expert in the occult.
Ah, my mother.
Her reputation already extended beyond our borders. My mother's fits stopped at my birth, and Sarah de Richet concluded that the evil had passed into me. Not only did it encouraged her to stay, but she took the opportunity to advise my father to separate me from the rest of my family. That's how I was declared stillborn. My fate was decided that very day.
It would coincide with my mother's frequent trips to America.
I had my first fit when I was 3. That's when your mother began her experiments to rid me of the evil inside.
I understand how you feel, but I know my mother. I'm sure she had her reasons, even if it seems difficult to believe.
Everything she put me through was all for nothing. My whole life was ruined for nothing.
So what brings you here then?
My father used... to know Sir Holm. He offered to introduce me to the world's leading authority in the occult.
Lord Mortimer.
He was my last hope. Until I found out he had also invited your mother.
It's got to be a coincidence. I don't believe for a second she's coming for you.
You can't change my mind about this, Louis. My days are numbered, and I know it.
Опять этот тип. Говорит, что они все банды это. Где лорд? Почему нет лорда?
What can I do for you, sir? I am at your service day and night, sir.
As I was unable to bring my personal effects with me, I was wondering if you could find me a few items.
Of course, sir. What would you require?
What can you tell me about the guests?
Do excuse me, sir, but I am bound by discretion to say nothing about Lord Mortimer's guests, sir. Perhaps would like to know something else?
I would like to speak about your master, Lord Mortimer.
Do please excuse me, sir, but I shall make no comment about my master. Is there anything else that Sir would like to know?
Прийти в себя. Пришел в себя. Это что-то полицай мне очень нравится. Кто он?
Dear friends, I bid you welcome. I hope the night was not too short. Your Eminence, Duchess, Monsieur de Richelieu, allow me to introduce our new guests. They arrived during the night. Johann Christoph von Wulmer, Minister of Religious Affairs and close aide of Frederick William II, King of Prussia. Napoleon Bonaparte, Lieutenant of the French Revolutionary Army. And Jacques Peroux, French Revolutionary Tribunal Judge. Unfortunately, my friends, Lord Mortimer will not be joining us this morning, but he should be with us later. So, let us begin.
What is Mortimer playing at? He tells me to come urgently and he sends no one to meet me?
Thank you again for the wine. It is served every day at the king's table. I am delighted to hear it.
Volner and Piaggi seem to be getting along well.
My dear Johann, how are you?
Glad to make landfall at last. And yourself?
Very well.
And your husband?
He's poorly. The French Revolution gives him terrible headaches.
Oh, I understand. I shall feel better too, as soon as the situation is settled.
If by chance the French crisis is emulated in Berlin, there will always be a refuge for you in London, my dear.
Your offer does you honor, but London is much closer to Paris than Berlin. Beware. The French are capable of sailing up the Thames straight to the Houses of Parliament.
Oh, my friend, I am shaking in my clogs.
Is the wine to your liking?
Very much so, Sir Gregory. Such complexity. Typically French. A Sauterne, isn't it?
Absolutely.
If I'm not mistaken, this is not Lord Mortimer's favourite wine. It is yours.
In his absence, I have taken the liberty of making a slight deviation from the rule, but I count on your discretion.
Don't worry, I appreciate the same grape varieties as you. I remember the last time we tasted that nectar here at this table. The finest minds of the century were present.
And the last time we drank it, the orphanage in Bloomsbury was still in ruins.
Would you repeat that?
Oh, well, I put some small effort into the works. The orphanage reopened just before Christmas. The bedrooms, washrooms, and the classrooms had all been refurbished.
I don't know what to say. You have given the girls a wonderful Christmas gift. Thank you.
I made a promise. Now it is done.
It's the first time I've ever seen her so moved. Just mentioning that orphanage broke right through Emily's hard shell.
Is everything all right?
Yes, thank you. I had a moment of absence, but here I am again.
Show us your teeth.
Oh? What do you think of Volner?
The Prussian king is his puppet.
I find it hard to believe the king of Prussia is so weak.
Be careful. Volner is as influential as he is dangerous.
You seem to know each other well.
We used to work together.
I see.
Have you any information on this Napoleon?
Please, go ahead. What do you want to know?
He's certainly well connected and in high places.
Surprising. No one appears to know him.
No one knows me, and yet here I am.
Quite so.
What a story.
Monsieur de Richet, it would seem we have common interests. Could we speak in private, please? Lord Mortimer and the Golden Order, through your mother, have concluded a financial agreement.
Stay composed, Louis. I'm listening.
An agreement for cannons. Lord Mortimer assured me that you are to take over the project on behalf of your mother. You must know that I am deeply sorry about our disappearance, but I must validate the deal urgently if I want to be able to organize things properly.
I haven't seen Lord Mortimer yet. I'm afraid I'll be unable to answer your questions.
He assured me that you could replace your mother during her absence.
I appreciate his confidence, but still, this is a bit hasty. But please continue.
It is remarkable.
Of course, but I need to know if I can count you among my allies.
Well, of course.
And for that, I have a little question for you. The agreement stipulates an aid of 50,000 louis d'or for 200 cannon.
Absolutely. 50,000 louis d'or in hard cash.
The offer I'm talking about was for only 20,000 louis d'or, Monsieur de Richet. The truth is, you really have no idea about our agreement. So, you're wasting my time. I need to work with people I can have confidence in, sir.
The exact numbers may have escaped me. I suggest you wait for my mother's return in order to manage such details.
I have one last question I would like to pose to you. We don't know each other yet, you and I. And I need to make sure that we both share the same vision for the future of France. Given the hard times that have befallen our beautiful country, what do you think it would take to restore its luster?
It is remarkable.
The revolution was a good thing, but it gave birth to a monster. We must overthrow the new system in place.
Ah, you are right. Monsieur de Richet, I am reassured. I am very happy to have met you. Lord Mortimer was right to put his trust in you. I hope to work with you in the very near future. I would like to thank you for your support by offering you this humble little gift.
Reflections on the Revolution in France. Monsieur Bonaparte, I thank you for this gesture, and please know that I, too, am delighted to have met you.
My friends, I would like to say a few words, please. I would like to thank Lord Mortimer and you, Sir Holden, for bringing us all together here. Those of us for whom it is not the first time here, like me, are all trembling in sweet anticipation of the arrival of our host. For the rest, I would like to reassure you that Lord Mortimer always has a few surprising projects to propose. But I can assure you that each and every one of us has always benefited from them. The last time I came to this place, Lord Mortimer offered to help me in my electoral campaign for the presidency of the United States. And it is imminently clear that his support was an invaluable aid to us. We are here among like-minded people. So let us put aside the conflicts in which some of our nations find themselves at present. So I raise my glass in honor of you all, my new and old friends.
I trust you shall not be disappointed, Mr. Washington. Right, we shall meet again tomorrow. All the guests will be present, as well as Lord Mortimer, I hope. Until then, I trust you will find plenty to keep you amused.
Alright, let's recap. Before dinner, I was going to investigate my mother's message. I've got to find a place where all eyes size you up. Well, Your Eminence, do you still have any room left?
Ah, my son, the sin of gluttony is the most difficult of all in my eyes. Nevertheless, what a charming moment we have had together. I'm delighted I was able to talk to Mr. von Waldner. We hadn't spoken to each other for an eternity.
Yes. I noticed that Your Eminence knew a fair number of people at the table.
The benefit of age, my son. This isn't my first invitation to Lord Mortimer's. You will see, it's the perfect place to make new friends. Indeed, I noticed that you and Mr. Bonaparte had already begun.
Ah, I adapt quickly to local customs. It's what I was taught.
And you are right to do so, my son. But tell me, have you had any news of your mother since your arrival?
Alas, still nothing, Your Eminence. But I still haven't been able to meet Lord Mortimer.
Do not worry. It is typical of him. What can I say? Lord Mortimer is a very busy man. I should think you are beginning to worry.
To tell you the truth, not really.
You are right. Be positive. Perhaps Sarah is in the company of Lord Mortimer, and they will both turn up shortly.
But while I have you with me, I have a question for you.
Go ahead, Louis. What can I do for you?
As I haven't visited all the manor yet, I wondered if you hadn't seen a Medusa by any chance.
I beg your pardon?
Yes, la Gorgogne, the Medusa from Greek mythology. Would you have seen one in any shape or form?
Not at all, my son. I'm not sure what you're getting at, but unfortunately, I'm not going to be of any use to you.
Thank you anyway, Your Eminence. I won't take up any more of your time. On that last word, then I shall leave you to fight your demons. See you later, Your Eminence.
See you later, my son.
The lock is surrounded by a triple circle.
Опять взлом не выбрал. А мне бы надо научиться.
The lock is surrounded by a triple circle.
Библиотека. Где-то здесь и медуза.
Atrus, the Miller brothers. Mother expressly forbade me from reading it.
A few pages out of an old encyclopedia. Where all eyes size you up. Chances are, that's the room my mother spoke of. And she also spoke of a Medusa. Should I go and try to find the creature now?
song of Roland. Roland feeleth his death is near, his brain is oozing by either ear. With his brain oozing, it's already remarkable like a fragment of amber. The Fall of Phaeton, another painting by Rubens. Poor Phaeton, struck by lightning for borrowing his father's chariot and losing control of it. Moral, don't steal Dad's chariot. Find out what Mother was trying to do with her. The Medusa. A hero armed with a sword? A hero with a lantern. And the last one holding a shield. I'll stake my life on it. All the statues form a single scene together. The poor devils are about to face the beast. Let's give them a helping hand. Let's think. To vanquish the beast, the statues have to be lined up in a specific order. What can this shield be for? To protect its holder? Why not? But in that case, what's the lantern for? Step back and take a second, Louis. Be logical, but open-minded. Think outside the box. Nobody said a statue has to have only one use. I wonder if the lantern was to distract the Medusa. This shield can both protect the holder and also reflect the light from the lantern to distract the beast. In other words, I'll have to make an angle of 90 degrees between the lantern and the Medusa by turning the shield to face the sword. If Mortimer's the one who thought of all this stuff, then honestly, he must have a screw loose. Crazy idea, but worth a shot. The statue is darker on the right-hand side. It must be often placed towards the fire, which would explain the difference in color. In that case, it would be facing the Medusa. perfect for the coup de grace. This hero is the only one holding a weapon. It seems obvious that he's the one whose job is to cut off her head. So, sword toward the Medusa. Now, Louis, it's time to keep a logical mind, as every good scientist should. The aim is to defeat the Medusa, so what can the lantern be for? To light up the Medusa? Hardly likely. The hero holding the lantern will be easy prey, and the shield will be of no use. To light up the sword? No, that makes no sense. So that leaves the shield. I wonder if the aim is to play with the light. If I turn the shield right, the light would be reflected. The ray of light will perturb the Medusa and focus her attention on the best protected hero. Now, Louis, it's time to keep a logical mind, as every good scientist should. The aim is to defeat the Medusa, so what can the lantern be for? To light up the Medusa? Hardly likely. The hero holding the lantern will be easy prey, and the shield will be of no use. To light up the sword? No, that makes no sense. So that leaves the shield. I wonder if the aim is to play with the light. If I turn the shield right, the light would be reflected. The ray of light will perturb the Medusa and focus her attention on the best protected hero. Let's think. To vanquish the beast, the statues have to be lined up in a specific order. What can this shield be for? To protect its holder? Why not? But in that case, what's the lantern for? Step back and take a second, Louis. Be logical, but open-minded. Think outside the box. Nobody said a statue has to have only one use. I wonder if the lantern was to distract the Medusa. This shield can both protect the holder and also reflect the light from the lantern to distract the beast. In other words, I'll have to make an angle of 90 degrees between the lantern and the Medusa by turning the shield to face the sword. If Mortimer's the one who thought of all this stuff, then honestly, he must have a screw loose. Crazy idea, but worth a shot.
the statue is darker on the right-hand side, it must be often placed towards the fire, which would explain the difference in color. In that case, it would be facing the Medusa. Perfect for the coup de grace.
Rah! For Pete's sake, Emily! You scared the pants off me. Don't ever do that again.
Well, keep your nose out of my business then.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Stop fooling around and tell me what you're doing here.
I've discovered a hidden message from my mother. She explains how to find the secret room. Something must have attracted her here, so I've come to check it out. And you? What brings you here?
My, you're curious.
Let me guess.
Go on then, impress me.
You're looking for somebody. Your silence speaks volumes. I must have got it right. And you will go to great lengths to find them. So, this person means a lot to you.
Well, no matter. I'll tolerate your presence this one time. Now, since you're here, make yourself useful. Look around on your side. I'll do the same on mine. And if you find anything of interest, let me know.
Oh yeah, in your dreams. At your service, madam. I found an amazing ring. There's an inscription engraved on it. You're married. Why don't you wear a wedding ring?
You mean wear something just to prove your love? Not my style.
A golden fleece.
It's freezing. Hurry up.
Do you think that can really be Jason's golden fleece?
No. You are aware that Jason and the Argonauts is a myth, aren't you?
But Mortimer's been protecting this hide. It must be of great value, don't you think?
Certainly of historical value. This kind of hide is still used by gold diggers in Eastern Europe. Now you see how easy it is to obtain a legend.
Why do you have to act so nonchalant every time I show you something?
Louis, anyone can kill a sheep, rip off its hide, and say it's the golden fleece.
We're at Lord Mortimer's, not at some farmyard fair. You're just too skeptical.
And you have a tendency to believe anything. Talk about an unlikely pair.
Yet, you know opposites attract, don't you? An unofficial gospel? You'd be more likely to find this kind of book at the Vatican.
Nothing special. The library at Buckingham has 3.
Gee, is there anything England doesn't have yet? Wait, yes, there is. The United States.
Well, not yet. Besides, as far as I know, they don't speak French in the United States.
An old sesterce from Roman Gaul.
Hey, Mortimer's the author of this work. talks about his passion for art. Guess what I've found?
The Holy Grail.
Older than that.
A piece of Noah's Ark.
Not that old.
This could go on for hours. Just tell me.
Caesar's laurel wreath. I can just see Mortimer dressed in a toga, wearing a laurel wreath, strutting around his manor all day long.
You have a curious idea of Mortimer.
Why? He's eccentric, like all the English are, isn't he?
Well, if Peru stands for French grace, then if I were you, I wouldn't be making that sort of remark.
Well, looks like a pamphlet on different political regimes, written by Mortimer himself.
Here's something interesting. A manor in Maine, hundreds of acres of land in Catalonia, properties in Shanghai. Incredible. Some of these deeds are over 600 years old, and all signed by the hand of Mortimer.
I wonder if that's what inspired my mother's attention. How come all these documents have Mortimer's signature on them?
Do you think all these properties really belong to him?
See those fine scratches around the words?
Yes, and?
The ink barely spreads on the paper. It spreads exactly the same way on the signature. The deed was written using the same ink. If it is a fake, then it's a professional job. These documents must be fakes. No man can own that many original works, no matter how rich he is.
Be careful. The Order has tried many times to estimate his personal wealth without ever succeeding.
And look here. Castles in Scotland, vineyards in Italy, districts in Venice. He's richer than some European countries.
These documents are intriguing, but do you really think that's what attracted your mother's attention here?
I don't know. She was obsessed with Mortimer, and I must confess these property deeds are troubling.
If that's the case, why would she have left them?
Once again, I don't know. We'll have to ask her when we find her. And what's your take? Why keep such a collection hidden in a secret room? Any thoughts?
Mortimer has every reason in the world to conceal it, even if only to keep it from people like us.
Hey, Emily, we're not thieves. We're only looking. I wonder why my mother didn't make it clear what she was interested in here.
She didn't have time to write it down, or maybe she wasn't sure of what she was looking for.
Or she wanted to protect her discoveries. It's disturbing.
You'll just have to search the rest of the room. Maybe you'll find something.
Amber. You should see this sword, Emily. It's magnificent.
I'm busy. Describe it to me.
I think this is Excalibur, King Arthur's sword. I've always dreamt of drawing it from the stone.
How sweet, you're still clinging to your boyhood dreams. When you finished playing, maybe you can help me search the place?
Так, ладно, вечер.
Carry on searching.
What is that you found?
A cameo pendant. What's going on?
Nothing.
For crying out loud, Emily, you lunged for that jewel like your life depended on it. Tell me what this is about.
No. We just met, Louis. I like you, but I can't just suddenly open myself up like a book to you.
Listen, Emily. It seems pretty obvious to me that you haven't come here for the sole purpose of sampling Mortimer's cellar. Stop all the clever evasions and just trust me.
And why the hell should I place my trust in you, Louis?
Mortimer's letter, my mother's message in the book, the Golden Order. What more do you need as proof of my goodwill?
I freely admit that my wary side does get the better of me sometimes.
Wary? Yeah, like a wild animal.
Don't exaggerate.
But that's what I like about you.
I'll admit you are fairly reliable.
That's it? I was expecting more.
Well, I'm prepared to trust you when it comes to choosing a French cheese. But I've nothing to gain by confiding in you any further than that.
Nothing to gain? Damn it, Emily. I'm only trying to help you. Stop needing to gain something all the time.
Because you think I need help?
Just like everyone. You have your strengths and your weaknesses. And there's no use pretending otherwise.
Ha! And I bet you found out where I'm weak, haven't you?
Let's take your subterfuge talents, for example. You can't make me believe you'd be very effective at sneaking around unobserved, dressed as you are in that puffy whalebone dress. I do find your outfits ravishing, but couldn't you use someone like me to perform certain discreet tasks?
Louis, your naivety is almost touching. Since our arrival, I have been continuously exploring the island without anyone realizing. Know that in a man's world, it is sometimes more efficient to wear a dress with a daring décolletage than to know how to pick a lock. I might have some weaknesses, but I don't need your help to overcome them. And I'm simply not contemplating collaborating with anyone at this time. Do you understand?
Yes. You're the kind of girl who gets by on her own and who shares nothing.
The fact is, you are completely mistaken about me. I already have a work partner. I know my weaknesses. I don't doubt that your abilities will be of use to me, but I already have all that, thanks to my teammate.
Is there any chance you might tell me who he is?
No, I've already said too much. Consider yourself lucky I've even given you this much. It's extremely rare, believe me.
Come on, don't stop now that you've come this far. You know that eventually I'll end up making you talk.
Well, since no one can resist you, let's see if you can guess who my partner is.
You're a gambler. So, your partner is... Chances are, you're working with a member of the Order.
The only members of the Order other than ourselves are your mother and Mr. Washington. The former has sadly gone missing. As for the latter, I knew nothing of his arrival. Incidentally, you must have noticed how inefficiently our Order communicates internationally.
Your husband, of course.
My husband? He can't even walk without a cane. Poor old man. Let him live out the rest of his days in peace.
How nice for him.
Right, time is short. You haven't convinced me. I prefer to remain discreet. Don't take it the wrong way. All I can tell you is I'm looking for my sister. And if I reacted so strongly at the sight of the cameo pendant, it's because I thought it belonged to her. But it doesn't.
I understand. I won't insist.
It's time to leave.
So, what do you think of our first adventure?
I must admit, it has been fun by your side.
Same here.
Oh, she's been drinking too much again.
Louis, I need to talk to you right now.
Good evening, Elizabeth. Actually, this is not a good time.
I'm begging you, please don't leave me alone.
I'll be waiting for you in your room, but don't be late.
I was sure there was a certain je ne sais quoi between us.
Louis, we need to talk now. Otherwise, it'll be too late.
It looks like Elizabeth really needs me, but if I start talking to her, for sure Emily won't wait for me. What should I do? Excuse me, Elizabeth, but some very urgent business has cropped up. We can speak tomorrow.
No, Louis, don't leave me alone. They've come back.
Good night, madam.
Зарисованный страшный сериал, вот грязный чуханка.
Well, well, Louis, you took your sweet time. What did our poor Elizabeth want?
Что хотела бедняжка Элизабет?
The truth is, I really don't have the slightest idea. But I thought all of that could wait until tomorrow.
That young girl seems very...
Emily? Have I misunderstood something here? What are you doing in my room?
And for a while now, the question has been nagging at me.
And that explains why I now find you here in my bed. Go ahead. Ask me the question that's been burning at your lips.
I know your mother was here to meet someone, but I can't figure out who.
Oh, so that's what's been hiding behind all this.
We are both members of the Order, Louis. Let's try to be honest with each other. I have followed with great interest your affair in Paris, in connection with Mr. von Borchardt. You managed to steal something from him, if I'm not mistaken.
Are you talking about the Book of All Mysteries? Al-Azif?
That's right, Louis. A valuable bit of plunder, isn't it?
Yeah. When we finally found it, we took it.
And where is the book right now?
Amazingly, it's right here. Mother took it with when she came.
This is quite fascinating. But just what did Sarah expect to accomplish here?
My mother came here to find out who von Borchardt planned on selling the book to.
And did she find out?
I have no idea, but I think she thought it would be someone invited to Mortimer's next party.
You mean one of us here now?
That's what I think. It wouldn't be you, by any chance.
Unfortunately, no. I was planning to steal it myself. Thank you for all this information, Louis. Right, enough chatting. Come and join me instead.
Как это отказаться? Конечно. Давай, детка. Ничего там. Пригрел деточку.
I have to go, Louis. I don't want anyone finding me here in the morning.
You're right. Well, have a good night.
Good night. See you tomorrow, rested and ready.
Sure thing.
Чуть даже не показали, что ли? Как он ее припарил. Я разочарован. Распущенный. Ха-ха. У него и роза, конечно. Тряпочка. Тряпочка.
Lord Mortimer?
Monsieur de Richet, at last we meet.
В смысле, конец, что ли? Надо следующую часть. Денег. Понятно.